You ain't gotta say a word, just walk that, let's get burned. Then we'll roll up 100 fucking nuts. All up in my mouth, now I'm all up in yo. This nigga got pounds of it, all up in his truck. Now we both look Asian, he waving and I'm drunk. I got dank shit in my cup, you know what I'ma do to you. I could give reviews to you, slow, we X, and we sipping on that juice. That's just what she choose to do.
Every breath I'm sinking in, no way to describe it. I'm a riot. If I wake up and I'm still not beside you, instead of beside you, this shit is surprise you. You don't even notice, don't need to remind you. Wish you could build me a cute apartment, one bedroom where your heart is. Each place feels broken hearted. Cross the bed feels way too far, and I wonder when they see just one, do they see us through? To you.
Fiasco.
Hey, Century.
There are times when I look above and beyond. There are times when I feel your love around me, baby. I'll never forget my baby. And I feel that I don't belong. Draw my strength from the words when you said, hey, it's about you, baby. Look deeper inside you, baby. Dream about us together again. What I want us together again, baby. I know we'll be together again. 'Cause everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. Time for share again. Makes me wanna dance. Say it loud and proud. All my love's for you. Always been a true angel to me. Now above, I can wait for you to wrap your wings around me. Wrap them around me. Sometimes hear whispering on my pain. No worries, will you ever see my baby? I'm so happy for my baby. Dream about us together again. What I want us together again, baby. I know we'll be together again. 'Cause everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. I'm better. Can't even pretend like I don't want it again. On the brain all the time. Thinking about the things that we did. You did something. Shit like this don't happen too often. It's the way you put it down. I don't want no one else around. Got me taking a step on the wild side. Cutting all ties with the other guys. When you look in my eyes, loving me nice and slow. You made me wanna go, caught it up to just to put it down on you. You made me wanna replay all of the things that you let me with. You made me wanna go, caught it up to just to put it down on you. You made me wanna replay all of the things that you let me with. You tell me what you think I wanna go. I get by my niggas so young. I'ma see this pain on it. This ain't what I really used to.
Anything happens between us, be sure you 10 toes down before I pull out the car. The only thing that's coming beside me at the situation is you waiting and get some more. I told you I'ma take your place. I seen it in your face, and I knew that you would say it. So how you wanna play this? Yeah, you got somebody I've been in this predicament. Don't trip, creep the street. That's just what we dealing with.
Cause at 5 in the morning, I wake up to fight for my yearnings. Fear in my mind is a warning. Pray to the one you're relying. I've been wandering all day. I tried to be fine, but I can't be. The noise in my mind wouldn't leave me. I tried to get by, but I'm burning. I'm behind, my mind it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. But yeah, I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mine now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mine now. Yeah. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Send me a love that you cannot mix. One is the joy that you cannot waste, and the other one price that you cannot fix. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Finding a way where you cannot see. Man with this system, he cannot pray. I need to find relief. But behind my mind it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. I really need my dog. I need to free my dog. I really need time now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free my dog. I really need time now. Oh, yeah. Just let me free, freer than the open mind, farther than the eyes can handle, freer than the ocean now. Yeah. So set me free. Now I need to find relief. Set me to the open sky. Now I need to free my mind. Yeah.
Drop top Porsche, rollie on my wrist, diamonds up and down my chain. Cardi B straight stunning, can't tell me nothing.
Hey y'all, come on in. Come on in, people. Happy Wednesday. How y'all doing? Y'all doing okay? We gotta get started, y'all. My God, today. Hey, Miss Leah. Hey, Sonya. Y'all, excuse me if I yawn. I promise you I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping. I'm not. Thank you, Miss Leah. Same to you. Hey, Miss Carla. Ooh. I'm trying to see. Hey, amazing, amazing girl, you crazy. Amazing. I know not what you speak about, honey. I don't know what you're talking about. Ooh, Lord, I didn't even see that. Hold on. Where is y'all always looking for something. No matter how long I take to come on live. I'm just ooh. Ah. Let's see who we are here. Hey Natasha. Natasha probably in training right now. I think that's it. Not hollering. Girl, I don't know what you're talking about. You know, amazing girl. You know, you be tripping. Oh, how's everybody Wednesday going? I hope good. Y'all got some good news for y'all, but I'm gonna wait till we get on the T channel before I announce it because all our peoples. Oh, you going at 2? Oh, okay. You got about 10 minutes. Oh, so we gotta get into a lot. Y'all, I got a lot of stuff. Like I got a lot, and this playlist don't never end. Like this playlist don't never end. That's why when I take a break or when I take days off, it gets longer and longer, and it seems like it don't get no shorter. But I be saving these videos in my playlist because I be wanting us to, react to them and stuff. But the stuff don't never stop coming. Like the stuff just don't never stop coming. It's just a lot. Now you got this whole other friend who people believe may have had something to do with it. Allegedly, he was dating Katie, and oh my God, it's just so much. Yeah, it's just so much. And I listen, y'all. I be praying. Y'all pray me, Lynn. I need you, girl, because y'all know when the case get to be overwhelming like this, y'all know how I do. I would back away so quick, but see, I can't. I can't back away from this one. Mm-mm. I just can't. But it's getting to be so much. Yeah, Natasha, there's something need to be done, honey. Some need to. Thank you, Miss Lynn. Some need to happen. They need to. And then they talking about they're not gonna release the not the independent autopsy, but which was useless. But that first autopsy, they're not gonna release those results until it goes to the grand jury, which ain't no telling when it's gonna be. Hey Sonya, ain't no telling when. Hold on a minute, let me tell my grandbaby to close her door. Hold on. Okay, y'all. Miss Carla said it's true. Because the one I sent to you last night, it came across my time. I got so many. I don't know what it is. I got so many. Hold on a minute. So I think Natasha sent me some stuff. You sent me some stuff. Another person sent me some stuff. Um. Oh, I got all Chronicle B stuff, so I know I got that on the timeline. I got all her stuff on here. Let me make sure I got this one though. Let me make sure I got all her stuff. Cause Chronicle Speaks. I just love her channel, honey. Mm-hmm. Oh, she just dropped some two hours ago. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yes, the updates are coming back to back. Yeah. Hey, LaQuinta. Just too much in no arrest. Mm-hmm. If nothing is there, why can't you just release what is not there? I know why, because it's something there. Exactly. Yeah, I got yours, Natasha. I'm gonna have to go through. I really don't be want to react to and I used to fool with her, I really did. I haven't watched her in a minute. I used to react to her. Like I used to fool with her, especially when she was going to the Carmelo Anthony trial. But for some reason, it's like now, I don't know, maybe it's something that happened through that trial or whatever. It's just something now when I listen to her and I watch her, I kind of, I don't know, I can't explain it. I can't explain it, but I'm gonna go through those ones you sent me to. I'm gonna go through the ones you sent me to. Cause I be telling y'all to send me, I be asking y'all rather, not telling. I be asking y'all to send me stuff so at least I can go through it. You know what I mean? Hey Tyrone, let me pull my chat up on my device so I can keep up with what's going on. Cause StreamYard don't show me everything. Hold on. Shout out to my moderators. I love and appreciate y'all so much. Y'all run this shit. Okay? Hold on now. Truth is there in the updates. On who? On what? Amazing. Carmelo. I do need to talk about Carmelo. It's not much, but I do need to talk about him, which I'm going to do. Today is Wednesday. I'm gonna do it by Friday. I might just do it Friday. Yes, I said. I got to go through them, Natasha. All the ones you sent me today, cause see, I have my playlist set up like if not the night before, early in the morning. So everything you sent me, we probably gonna have to get into tomorrow. We probably gonna have to get into tomorrow because I've already done my playlist. But I promise you, I'm gonna go through all of it. I always do. Um, yeah, I always do. All right, y'all. Let me pull up the chat on my device so we can get started. Okay. All right, y'all. So let's go down timeline. First up, we got, and of course I have to tell y'all because some of these videos be a couple days old. Because like I say, it stay with some updates, and baby, we stay behind. But we is gonna catch up, honey. We're gonna catch up. We're gonna catch up. Um, this one is from Introvert Rockstar from 3 days ago. From 3 days ago, y'all. But we're gonna get into it. Let's go. Cause he been doing lives lately too. He really hadn't been doing videos, but his lives be very, very good. They just be so long. I rarely will react to a live. It must be videos, but his lives be good. One day we're gonna have to highlight his live stream because he talk good stuff in his lives. What is this? I just turned my volume up. What is what, Octavia? What is what, girl? Since I never liked this kind of stuff, but you have me invested, I support. Oh, thank you, amazing. You sure do. It always have for years, and I mean years. And I thank you so much, amazing. I do it. You know why I do it, girl. You know why I do it. Even though it get me too. You know what I'm saying? Amazing. It be get me sometimes too, but have to keep on pushing. Keep on pushing, honey. All right, so let's listen to I do the. Make sure y'all double tap the screen for your girl. Okay, like the live stream. Keep us in the Al Green rhythm, and let's go. Oh, we gotta pull them up for y'all. Okay.
This racist system accountable. Because if we don't, who will? And if you don't like it, get the step.
Oh, I have to always slow him down because he already talk fast. I forgot I do right here. He talk fast, y'all.
You already know on this channel, we hold this racist system accountable because if we don't, who will? And if you don't like it, get to stepping because it ain't going to stop. Now, run the tape.
People talk about the phone situation. I want to, because the way you articulate it, I just walked in the water with my pants, they're wet. And you can tell right away that if you're hanging out in the water, it doesn't appear, in my opinion, that you would have your phone on you. Is that typical for people to have their phones or?
No, I mean, no one has their phone though, usually. I mean, unless you're crazy, I'm not walking around with my phone in my hand. They've been walking around Horn Island, you know.
How many people left the phone on the boat? Was it just his phone when y'all left, or
I mean,
other people have phones on the boat?
Absolutely not. Like there was at least, well, I rode out here on a different boat, like I told you, and I grabbed my phone when I left the Palm Beach to get on the boat with Triton. I mean, to get on the boat with Wyatt because we were having, boat issues. And when I got on the boat, there was phones everywhere on the console. I mean, everywhere.
Nolan Wells' parents just got revenge because witnesses and state officials are now exposing themselves nearly a month later. As more people speak out, their own statements are raising new questions and bringing even more scrutiny to the case. Make that make sense. And in the words of Johnny Taylor, they running out of lies, getting hard to think of an alibi. Come on, Lil Warren. We can tell in this interview you're lying, brother. I mean, thank you to Officer Raccoon for letting you snitch on your own friends to save your ass. Because Nolan, his parents are smart as hell. They knew as long as they kept doing interviews about their son over and over and over again, eventually everybody on that island would turn on each other. But we'll talk about that later on in this video. So before I spaz out, Warren, you're just like your mama, bro. And both of y'all trying to play dumb. But keep on talking. We love that shit. Run the tape.
That's what I said. Keep talking.
Have y'all seen Nolan? Did he ride in with y'all? And all the boys were like, no. Well, I texted Javon, and I was like, hey, can you send me Miss Christine's number? Because I haven't heard from Nolan. And if she hasn't heard from Nolan, then I'm calling the Coast Guard. And so eventually Javon sends me her number.
Who is her? That's
Miss Christine.
Miss Christine is
Nolan's mom.
Nolan's mom. Okay.
Yeah. And I walked down to the dock because, I mean, there was a lot of people today. It was not a lot, but, there was probably 15 of our friends there. And I was just like, walked down to the dock with a couple of my buddies, and I got on the phone. I called Miss Christine, called her the first time. She didn't answer. I called her a second time, and I got on the phone with her, and I asked her if she had heard from Nolan. She said no. And I said, all right, well, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard. And this was at about 11 o'clock.
So what's your intent in calling the Coast Guard, right? Because right now, Nolan could be with a chick. He could be with somebody else.
Exactly.
He could have gone back with somebody else. What made you concerned enough that you felt like you couldn't weigh it out anymore? You had to call the Coast Guard.
Well, I mean, like I said, my friends and I have been on the water our whole life. Stuff happens. People die all the time. I know people that have died out there. And, it's a fun place to be, but it's also a very, very dangerous place to be if you're not handling it right. And Nolan, so I hadn't heard from him. And obviously, I'm thinking I'd way rather be safe than sorry. I mean, I would rather call the Coast Guard 100 times and lose my mind over it, my buddy be okay, than not, and me not know where he is and him not be okay. And so I called the Coast Guard and I talked to them on the phone for like 20 minutes, gave him a description, what Nolan was wearing, the last place we were at, the last time I saw him, who were we with, what boat we were on, the conditions of the water, just a summary. And I called Miss Christine back after, and I talked to her, and I said I got in contact with the Coast Guard. I'm not sure who she called or what she did, but I think she said she was going to make a couple phone calls to either DMR or Jackson County Sheriff's Office. And I was thinking worst case scenario. Like, I mean, I would way rather be safe than sorry about this.
During Warren's interview, he said he called the U.S. Coast Guard to help search for Nolan Wells. However, the Coast Guard said the incident did not require its assistance, raising questions about the timeline and response. Make that make sense. So Warren, you telling me Nolan is your best friend. Nolan is your brother. But you left your brother on the island alone? You left your brother on the island alone without his cell phone. And then y'all waited until after 11 p.m. to call the Coast Guard. That ain't your brother. And if I'm tripping in my comment section, tell me I'm tripping. See, that was y'all alibi. And then y'all had the audacity to call his mama like y'all didn't kill. If you know, you know. I've been telling y'all from the jump, bro. In these sundown towns, racist Caucasian people, they stick together no matter what, bro. Right or wrong. I'm talking about the DA, the judge, the sheriff, the commissioner of public safety, the medical examiner, even the goddamn media, bro. They all on the same team. And I can go on and on. But see, these officials in Mississippi, they not used to all this attention. But I keep telling y'all, in 2026, the ancestors, they not letting anything slide, bro. They got the KKK in Mississippi acting unusual. And I love that shit. Check this out. Governor Tate Reeves blamed Ben Crump and Al Sharpton for fueling division. While Public Safety Commissioner Sean Tindall said the FBI is investigating threats against officials, witnesses, and others connected to the Nolan Wells case. Make that make sense. And in the words of the Williams brothers, I'm just a nobody trying to tell everybody about somebody who can save anybody. Look, to the governor and the commissioner, I'm just a nobody trying to tell y'all, stop your yapping and release the autopsy. Because the more y'all talk, the crazier y'all sound, bro. The crazier y'all look, man. And look, ain't nobody threatening anybody, bro. See, the KKK, they love to play the victim after everything they did to our people in Mississippi, talking about it's a division. Al Sharpton and Ben Crump causing a division. What you talking about, Willis? It's been a division in Mississippi because of racism. What they talking about? And all y'all know what happened to Nolan Wells. I'm talking about the governor. He knows. The judge, Ashley Cole, she knows. Warren, he knows. The commissioner of public safety, he knows. The medical examiner, she knows. Officer Raccoon, he knows. The Cajun Navy dude, he knows. The media, they know. And I can go on and on, bro. But guess what? The rabbit hole gets even deeper. Check this out. According to Warren Hudson, Nolan Wells stayed behind with a young woman after the group left the island and planned to get a ride back later. However, the young woman's family has disputed that account, saying they do not believe Nolan stayed behind with her. Make that make sense. And in the words of Tupac, revenge is like the sweetest joy next to getting, if you know, you know. See, they don't want us speculating because we connecting the dots. Warren, you said, you told the dispatcher that everybody was alive and safe in the boat. And then you said the last time you saw Warren, he was on the boat holding a girl. Is this the girl? Is this the picture? Come on, bro. I need you to answer me.
He meant to say Nolan, but this picture right here has been floating around. This, I don't know. Listen, this is the thing with these pictures and videos and stuff like that. Unless I go deep into a deep dive and watch a whole bunch of content to see if they're authenticated, I just don't be knowing. So unless somebody mentioned it in something that I'm reacting to, I usually don't say anything about it. But yeah, this picture right here has been floating around. With these, boys on this boat, and allegedly that's Nolan. You see his leg hanging off the boat. Allegedly they're saying that's Nolan on the boat. I still say something happened on their boat. I'm gonna tell y'all, I still think they got into it on their boat, right? I think, and see, this goes back to me asking y'all yesterday, this whole thing suspicious. Do we even know if the parents tried to read? Anyway, no disrespect. Oh, thank you, Miss Carla. Thank you, Miss Lynn. So listen, this is what I believe. Now, I asked y'all yesterday, or maybe it was the day before yesterday. No, it was yesterday. Yesterday was Tuesday. I didn't work Monday. Yeah. So I asked y'all yesterday, what happened to the boat? What happened with the boat? I asked y'all, I said, if they rowed the boat out to Horns Island, they docked the boat early that morning, okay? They got on the boat early that morning and they rowed to Horns Island. They made it safely to Horns Island. When they got to Horns Island, there was no emergency or anything with the boat. So whatever happened with that boat had to happen either when they was getting ready to leave or while they was there, right? This is my question. I don't know why nobody asked this question. What happened to the boat? Because I'm sure Grandpa Paul, the rich Grandpa Paul, they got the $1 million home on the water. I'm sure he wouldn't allow his precious grandson and friends to ride out to Horn Island on a boat that's acting up. So whatever happened to that boat, it happened either on the way to Horns Island, once they got to Horns Island, or when they was leaving. All right. Hold on a minute. Let me see something. This whole thing suspicious. Do we even know if the parents tried to reach him, trace his phone? Nobody asking. Nobody asking because they done already talked about that. Everybody and their mama done talked about the fact that the mama traced the damn phone. I mean, are you okay? I ain't overlooking shit. I'm overlooking ignorance because I don't have time for it. It's too much real content out there. It's too many real things to talk about. And what you just said, people been talking about it. It's been answered. The question's been asked. Are you okay? Now, if you want to stay in this chat, keep it cute. I'll ignore you every time if you come with ignorant shit. I don't have time for that. Anywho, so whatever happened with the boat, right? It had to happen on the way to Horns Island, which I doubt, on Horns Island, and when they was leaving, right? I believe that Nolan did get on that boat. See, I think where Warren fucked up at, or the other guy, I can't remember if it was Warren or the other guy, because we have got to watch that interview in its entirety, and I'm going to do it. One of them mentioned, or both mentioned, that Warren was with Katie, and they had some slick shit to say to him about being with Katie. Kind of found out, allegedly, and I don't know how true it is, that Katie may have or may have not dated Bart. The buddy who Warren tried his best not to mention. Yeah, it's being said that she dated him. And I told y'all very, very early on, and I don't know if y'all remember this or not, because I say a lot, but y'all do pay attention to me. I said this is probably over a woman, a girl, that girl. I said that girl. Because I know plenty of times my brother done got into it with his Caucasian homeboys about a female, a chick. And I said, at the end of the day, this is probably what this is about. And I said that, I even said something like, hell, Katie is probably the reason why he's dead. Did I not say that? Okay, I know I did. I remember it vividly. But I think after Nolan parlayed on that beach all day with Katie, there was an altercation. Hey, Meryl, good to see you, boo. I believe there was an altercation on that boat. And that's how the boat got damaged. And whatever happened, it happened on that boat. Now, the big question is, did Nolan return to the mainland with them on that boat? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Because they could have either, right, Tyrone? Right. They could have either, let's talk about the scenarios. And this ain't me saying this is what happened. This is me saying this is my opinion, my thoughts and opinion on everything I've heard about this case since, July 5th, 6th? It's been a lot. The altercation happened on that. Whoever it was with, whether it was Bart, I don't believe it was Warren. I believe it was, whoever Nolan got into it with on that boat, they got into it. Nolan was hurt. Nolan was on that boat when they made that call. And I'm not going to say they dumped Nolan in the water before they made it to the mainland. You want to know why? I'm going to tell you why. I think when they made it to the mainland, Nolan was on the boat. Nolan just wasn't alive. Or Nolan wasn't conscious. right? That's why we see Officer Tatum think he's slick too with his dumb ass. Because they show the boys getting on the boat, Nolan and all. They show the boys getting on the boat, but they never show a video of them getting off it when they came back, right? Like we just some dummies that ain't gonna ask the questions, right? So let me show you how behind I am. There you go. Nothing's been proven. Nothing's been proven in my opinion. Nothing has been proven in my opinion. Absolutely nothing. Not even how he died or if he was murdered. Nothing. Nothing's been proven. Now, I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to ignore the dummies. So, Nolan could or could have not been on that boat when it docked. But the thing about it is, why did they make those extra stops? What was that for? If the boat was in distress, why did they stop at its original docking spot, then leave, then come back, then leave and come back? Why? What were they doing? What were they hiding? What were they trying to hide? And if something happened to Nolan on that island that day, why did it take 2 days? Why was there no trace of Nolan the day after, but 2 days later he showed up? I'm just saying, it's a lot of questions, y'all. I have questions just like everybody else. And this is my channel. I don't go on nobody else's shit and question them or their theories. I stay on my shit and I state what I believe or my thoughts and opinions. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. Because, see, the truth of the matter is none of us know exactly what happened that day or that night, but we know something happened. And we know what happened to Nolan wasn't an accident. It wasn't an accident. And those boys know what happened to him. There's no way that there was all those people on that island and he was with so many people that allegedly cared about him and nobody knows what happened to him. I agree with they waited. I agree that they waited. That's why I say I don't think they like dumped them. I agree that they waited. I think those stops that they made to the Pawpaw house and everybody else, I think those stops that they made had something to do with them hiding Nolan's body. I really do, y'all. I really do. I don't know, Toga. That's up to you. Truth, use your gift and calling God gave you. This is your purpose. I truly believe comes easy to you. Thank you, amazing. And you right about me, sis. You've been telling me this for years because I be washing dishes. I'll be vacuuming, I'll be mopping, I'll be doing stuff. You know how certain stuff you do, your mind wanders unless you're listening to music, which I'm always listening to music, but on top of listening to music, I be thinking. And this case got me to whereas I could be washing dishes, I can be doing this and that third. And I remember something I heard in the live stream, and I'll be thinking to myself, now wait a minute. And you know what I'm saying? And I really hate for a case to have me that way, but that's how this case has me. Like always thinking. I ain't see Candy. Candy came in. Where she at? I ain't see Candy Corn, y'all. Why I don't see Candy? Hold on. Candy, why you block Toka? Toka has been supporting. I don't know what Toka meant by what he said. Let me unblock Candy up in the bushes. Baby Candy in the bushes. Unblock Toka Candy Corn. I don't think he mean any harm. I don't think. Hold on, y'all. If you can, Candy, unblock Toka for me. Candy in the bushes. Hey, sweetheart. Okay. Thank you, amazing. So let's continue to listen to this. We're going to talk more. They took his body back and put him. You know what, Danielle? I'm telling you, I keep thinking that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. We're gonna continue to listen.
Is this the picture, man? And look, if I'm lying, if I'm reaching in my comment section, tell me I'm reaching, bro. If I'm tripping, tell me I'm tripping. Because I told y'all in 2026, the ancestors exposing all these sundown towns one by one, man. And listen, Nolan may be dead, but everybody that was on that island, everybody that knows what happened to him, bro, that guilt is eating them alive day by day. And I love that shit. Warren, he's talking about Nolan was his brother, but he did an interview with no emotions.
No.
He did an interview with a YouTuber that hates his own people. He did an interview with a raccoon, bro, that hates his own people. I keep telling y'all, the game is never fair, but it's always cold. And look, y'all already know, before I end this video, I have to always speak from my heart. Before I end this video, I have to always speak from my heart. I want to say thank you again, bro, to Nolan Wells' parents, because they put that pressure on all them racist people in Mississippi. Because on this channel, bro, I've been calling out, I've been exposing the KKK all over this country. And it's not just about Nolan Wells. It's about all our people that die in mysterious ways, bro. And they sweep it under the rug and they just move on. We ain't having that shit, bro. That shit ends today. So rest in peace to all my people that died by the hands of the KKK. Because on this channel, it's always up with me. I'm out, bro.
Shout out to Introvert Rockstar. Y'all go check him out. Some of y'all have already checked him out and subscribe to his channel. Mr. Tatum. And look, I don't want y'all to go because I'm gonna be highlighting Mr. Tatum. Y'all know I usually don't highlight people I don't fuck with. But I gotta highlight him, especially when I'm able to call him out, y'all. I'm able to call him out on his bullshit. I love it. Y'all know that's what I do. So yeah, we will be reacting to Mr. Tatum a lot whenever he come with the bullshit. So black people mad I exposed the truth about Nolan Wells. Well, Tatum, let's see what you talking about here, son. And I call you son because you're a little boy. You're not a man. You are not a man. Let's go.
Here's my message to some of you ignorant, melanated people that's in my comment section and in my messenger, talking about I hate my people, I hate my race. And you want me to take up for people that's wrong just because they black.
If Harriet Tubman was alive today, she would blow your brains out. Without any hesitation. Your brain matter will be all over the ground.
What Harriet Tubman and them sacrificed for us to have freedoms and for us to get along with each other, I expressed that, and he think I should be killed. Harriet Tubman would have killed me for being fair to people and not basing stuff based on race. Before we get back to the show, I want to tell you guys.
It's a different, no, I'm not doing your advertising, but it's a difference in being fair and being biased. You're not fair at all. You're not fair at all. You fair to the fair colored people. You're not fair at all. At all. Yeah, wrong Tatum, Elise. I hate his name. Well, his name is Brandon Tatum, I think. Tatum is his last name. But you're not fair. You're not fair at all. You cottonmouth bitch. You're not fair. Quit lying. Let me fast forward through this miss him.
Yourself. Better energy, better rest, better rhythm. What's the next one we want?
Basically, so there was some discussion about how many people were on the boat when they departed. And you, in part 2 of your interview, which we've already posted on YouTube, you go to the dock where the boat was being loaded as they left for Horn Island. And this is exclusive. This is the surveillance footage from a camera.
Let's walk through.
Okay, my question to you, Cottonmouth, is this. I'm sorry calling you bootlicker. Yeah, my grandbaby, you don't deserve to have my grandbaby name first or last. I'm gonna call you bootlicker. Why you got the surveillance of them leaving out but not coming back? I'm sure if the cameras were rolling when they was leaving out, it was rolling when they was coming back. Don't you think? So why don't we have that footage? Why can't we see who came back and what were they like? You know, their demeanor, and things of that nature. Why is there only footage of them leaving, okay, and not coming back? Make it make sense. Uncle Tom is what they called him back in the day. Right, baby kid? Right, girl. Where's the footage of them coming back? Bootlicker. He said you people like he wasn't in the... Hey, come on now. Come on now. I'm telling you, the man thinks he's a different race. He don't even resonate with being a black man, son. That's why I say he's not. He's not. We don't want him. They can have him.
let's speed it up because I want to get to these weirdos.
Sure.
Look like I need a little headroom right there. But all right, let's get to these weirdos. So play the clip. But the boys were here. Tons of people you'll see on the video is getting onto the boat, and they took 3 boats out. It wasn't just one. It wasn't just Nolan and 4 boys. It was a multitude of people on several different boats. And some of the boys that they're accusing wasn't even on the boat that Nolan was on. But let me show you from the vantage point where I have the video to prove that I'm here where I say I am. All right, so I think people get it. Yeah. You can watch the rest of it in the interview. I went right there to the spot. They showed me all these videos. It was tons of people going, like them acting like Nolan was the only one there with 4.
They showed you all these videos. Where's the video of them coming back? Why don't we see that? Why don't we see the video where they were coming back? What's up with that? Where's that footage? Since they showed you all these videos. Yeah.
White boys, he was the only one. It was a bunch of them went together. It wasn't just Nolan with them. So if you're going to be mad at somebody for leaving Nolan, everybody left Nolan.
Yeah.
And then what about his black friends that were there? Why y'all not questioning the black boys that were there? That was his friends that saw him on the day of. It's just the white kids.
He didn't ride with the black kids. They wouldn't allow another black kid on the boat with him, remember? Remember the black kid that wanted to ride with Nolan? They told him no, it wasn't enough room. Stop it. Stop it, bootlicker. Stop it. They wouldn't allow the one black kid that was trying to get on there with Nolan. They wouldn't allow him on the boat. How about that? How about that?
They left him too. Obviously, they may know what happened to him too, right? But no, it's just the white boys.
I don't want to tease anything too prematurely, but you talked to one of the black friends in detail about that's coming out this weekend, I believe, right?
Boy in black.
Put it out, I think on Saturday. Trayston.
Yeah, Trayston Shepard.
Yeah. Trayston is half black. You know, they want to say half when they don't want to claim him, but he's black according to these black folks. Yeah. And he gave an
incredible interview. Incredible interview.
Y'all see it when it come out. It'll be coming out soon. But there's a couple things that I asked in rapid succession to Warren that I think is important for us to go through right now. And I asked.
You mean to tell me this bootlicker cried when Kirk died, and he ain't shit? He don't have no empathy or sympathy for Nolan or his parents? You mean to tell me this old bootlicking, fruity tooty nigga cried when Kirk died, but got all this vitriol? You know what? You know what?
Some direct questions that I think will debunk any of the things that people may have missed through the interviews, at least in part.
And it's good to note that this is in part 4 of the interview, which dropped today. So if you want to see this full 34-minute context, go to part 4. That's where these hard questions are asked. I mean, the whole interview is hard questions, but this is just rapid fire, getting to the bottom of things. So
perfect. Roll it. Did you kill Nolan?
Of course
exactly,
not.
Trey.
Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death?
Of course not. Absolutely not.
They say that you guys deleted stuff out of his phone. Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone?
No, of course not.
The mom act like, or at least she portrayed on television, and the rumors are that you weren't really good friends with Nolan. Is that true or not?
Absolutely not. I hung out with Nolan probably like 3 days a week. I mean, seriously, at least.
Like I said, you was not his friend. Your actions show you was not his friend. I don't know who the fuck you are, but you gotta go. You're not his friend. You were not his friend. You were not like a brother. Because, see, if you were like a brother, you would have been to his house before. You would have known his parents, honey. You were not his friend. Especially when it came to that white chick. Fuck a friendship when it comes to y'all and some pussy or a Peter Whacker. I done seen this shit in real life. Y'all can be friends, fake friends with a motherfucker, but when some money or a bitch come into play, oh, hell no. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. You know, if you're not happy with where you are, the algorithm can take you right on out of here, or I will. Or one of my minds, because we don't have time. We don't have time.
Days. My friends want to hang out every single day, and no one was always there, so.
It's also important, I just want to point this out. He gives a longer explanation earlier in the interview about the phone deleting stuff. They didn't have his passcode. They had no reason to get on his phone.
They had no reason to get on his phone. The phone was in the car. He told me that the phone was in the truck of one of the boys, along with other people's phones. Mm-hmm. And then it wasn't some big crazy conflict when one of the other boys' mom came to get Nolan's and her son's phone. Yep. So Nolan wasn't the only one that left his phone on the boat. When the boat left, there was 5 other people, they said, that had their phones on the boat that didn't leave on the boat.
Yes.
And they were able to contact them, and they came and got their phones afterwards. So Nolan wasn't the only one that let the boat leave with his phone on it. Mm-hmm. And so it's not He's, you know what I'm saying? They try to make it out to be the only person with like it was suspicious there. Rolling that clip. Obviously, people may see this and know the facts later that you weren't able to go to the funeral or the memorial service.
Right.
Why didn't you go? What was that?
Well, I mean, with everything going on social media right now, with people saying the crazy things that they're saying, I would never want to take the attention off of Nolan and his family. They don't deserve that. And, you know, for own personal reasons, I mean, I've gotten thousands of death threats. My family's got thousands of death threats. And, you know, for my own safety, I'm not going to put my own health and safety at risk. You know, it breaks my heart that I can't go, and it hurt me more than anything because, you know, obviously I want to say my last goodbyes to one of my best friends, but I mean, if I'm getting thousands of death threats with people saying they're going to kill me and do crazy things to my family and I couldn't bring myself to go because, you know, I got to put my own safety first.
All right, next clip, roll it. Was this about race? Did this have anything to do with race as far as from your perspective?
Absolutely not. I mean, Nolan's been a great friend of mine since 8th grade. Nolan isn't my only friend of color. And, you know, I have plenty of friends through high school and friends I have now. Not just.
He didn't say friend of color. You hit town homie. He said friend. He's not my only friend of color. Wow.
Nolan who are black, Mexican. You know, I've never looked at that, and none of my friends ever have. Like, and if you do, you know, that's disgusting. You know.
Our next clip. Was Nolan the only black person on that island?
Absolutely not. I saw a lot of black people, and like I said, I mean, you know, it's not pointed out or anything. I mean, I wasn't looking at that, but my buddy Trayson was out there, and you know, he's mixed. Javon was out there. He's came out. He's mixed. I know a bunch of my friends that are black that were out there that day that I haven't even mentioned. I mean, Nolan was not the only black person out there by no means. I mean, like there was thousands of people out there, white, Mexican, black, you know, everyone.
The only black person with y'all.
You know,
and in the friend group, is Nolan the only black person in the friend group?
Absolutely not. My buddy Trayson's black. You know, I have other friends of color. I mean, our friend group's very.
When you can count how many black friends you have, that says a lot. When you can count how many black people you fuck with, that says a lot. I'm just saying.
Tight, and you know, we have not a small group of guys, but we have 10 to 12 guys in my friend group, and you know, we're all from Ocean Springs, and you know, we grew up together. But Nolan is not the only black guy in my friend group.
All right, last one.
Yep.
It's been said out there that you guys immediately delete your social media, lower it up, as if you were in some type of fear that you would be implicated in this. What do you say to that?
I mean, of course we lured up, and of course, you know, I deleted my social media. I was getting death threats before anything ever came out because I was the one that called the Coast Guard. I mean, people put this all on me because I was the one that called. I was the one that was, you know, worried. My friends were just as well. I mean, of course I deleted all my social media. I was getting insane death threats, like stuff I couldn't even believe 2 days after. And, you know, we went straight to the police. I wanted the police to come and ask questions. I wanted them to know and have all of my information. And, I mean, people were accusing me of murdering my best friend. It's sick. I mean, like, just because of race. I mean, it's disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach.
I think that's the last one. We had a rapid fire question scenario, and there's more to it. You can look at the full video. I think we're going to put that out a little bit later today, and you guys can see the full context of that. But, you know, I was there with those kids, man, and I tried to give an impartial interview. You know, I can see how somebody could say it's slightly biased because I've seen all the evidence. I was trying to give it from a perspective as if I didn't see the evidence. Man, I'm listening to these dudes, like they're literally tears in their eyes talking about Nolan. I mean, we were talking about Nolan the whole time I was there when I was with them. Yeah. Them going out to the boat and remember, well, you weren't with us, but you know, Nick and everybody was with us. And they played some of his favorite songs. Dude, that made me emotional, to be honest. They're like, man, this was Nolan's favorite song, and they played it while we were going out to the Horn Island.
The song made you emotional, but you do all this content and show no emotion. Get the fuck out of here, you bootlicker.
Dude, so with seeing all that,
you was laughing when you was listening to the boy doing the interview. You was laughing. So shut the fuck up.
Kids and trying to give them a fresh sense to say what they got to say to the public, although I've already seen everything, was kind of hard. I mean, the only way to make the interview a little more impartial is that if I didn't know or nothing, I didn't verify nothing, I just want to talk to them, which nobody does that.
That'd be a bad interview.
You can't not verify anything and then interview people, because what if they just flat out lied to you on your interview?
Yeah, you have to vet
information out there, and you're like, I didn't know. No,
you got a lot of lies out there, and I pointed out several of them, and I'm gonna point out more. when I listened to this entire interview, the entire 2 hours. Several lies you have been busted in. Several. So shut the fuck up, because you're a liar and a bootlicker.
Guilty of doing what everybody else is
Exactly.
guilty of.
Exactly. These kids can come on there and go, we didn't do nothing. This, and that, and that. And I didn't do no research. Yeah. I didn't look at any data. And then they could be just flat out lying. So therefore, I feel a lot more confident that I'm like, I've seen everything that they said. We've already talked about this and everything. But I want the world to hear what they already didn't say.
Well, so much so that I read a 70-page document that's like a secret document. And I went through everything with a fine tooth.
How did you get a secret document, Opie? How did you get the secret document? See, you motherfuckers want to sit up there like y'all so important. Oh, he know all the information. He know this. He saw this. He saw this evidence. Then you over there talking about secret documents. Get the fuck out of here. Keep talking, though. It's cute. Keep talking. Y'all are not law enforcement. Why do y'all have all this shit? Huh? That judge knew what she was doing when she sent her little stepson over there to y'all.
Comb, and we're not using any of that information. None of that has been talked about today or anything publicly.
That was pretty legit.
But there's so much information that we have that we just can't we can't vet it. So
and then also, right. You got this is not simple, right?
My question is this: why are they handing over information to y'all? Who the fuck are you, Tatum? You are a unaccomplished, didn't even make 10 years ex-police officer. You failed at football. You failed at being a cop. So you start bootlicking. Because you were rejected by the black community, bitch. Right? All right? So, why are they handing all this evidence and information over to y'all? Y'all are not law enforcement. What the fuck can you do but make a fucking video? Why are they pleading their case to you? Are you their lawyer? Are you their lawyer? Man, get the fuck out of here. But like I said, keep talking. Because I believe you're going to be one of the first ones to get that motherfucking paperwork from Nolan's parents. I pray to God that they hit your ass with some legal paperwork.
Somebody's being accused of murdering somebody. There's some sensitivity to certain things that get exposed to the public because people lie.
Sure.
This was a big risk for Warren to come out and be bold and courageous enough to tell the truth. This was a big risk for me.
Yeah.
It should be. It's journalism.
Yeah, and it's the truth.
But it was a crazy risk for me to come out and just speak to these kids, man. You know, which is crazy. Let me give you an example real quick because I got about 5 minutes before we have to get on this other thing. But let me just.
What toxicology report have y'all seen? And I don't give a fuck whether you believe it or not. And I don't care if you believe me or not. In fact, you don't even have to listen to me. But what toxicology report have you seen? And I don't have to be a journalist to be on YouTube, idiot. And you need to, y'all need to go to school before you start. It should be required. You're using the wrong text in your. It's your. That's not the right. You better provide evidence that they are tainted or tampering with the toxicology report. Otherwise, what you're saying. When did I speak on a toxicology report? Are you okay? Let me get you out, because see, I don't like flat out ignorance. I ain't saying nothing about it. You the one talking about the toxicology report. I haven't said anything about it. Unless I just done lost my mind and blacked out and can't remember. Are you okay? Get the fuck out. Go.
Let's play y'all the backlash in part that I've gotten. And all I did was that.
Oh, woe is me. Who the fuck cares? Don't nobody feel sorry for you. You don't even feel sorry for the victim. You don't even feel sorry for the victim. So boo-hoo, bitch. Don't nobody feel sorry for you and no backlash that you're receiving. Because see, the thing about it is, as long as you receive your little money, your little coin, you're going to be all right. You ain't nobody's victim. Get the fuck out of here.
They reached out to me. I think that's fair to acknowledge. They reached out to me and said, hey, we don't feel comfortable talking to anybody else because everybody's fake and we know it. And they'll put your stuff out there and lie on you and edit it and all that stuff. They said, the boys would really like to tell their story to you. They trust that you're fair.
Yes, they've watched you. Warren even said, I've been watching you for a long time. I trust you.
Yeah, because I'm fair.
Yeah, he trusted him he watched him for a long time and trusting that he was going to go against the black man because that's what he do. And he had nothing to do First of all, I don't believe that he's been watching you for a long time. I do believe he started watching you when you started doing this damn coverage on this case, and he listened to you, you stupid bitch. Don't nobody believe that Warren has been watching you. I don't believe it. I don't give a fuck. He started watching you when this shit popped out, and you started doing your content, and he realized that you hated your own people, and he realized that you would take him and his pawpaw and his stepmama's side on all of this. That's what he realized. He realized that you can be slid a coin and sell your soul, bitch. That's what he realized. Because, see, the one thing I know about white people with money, they feel like their money can buy anything and anybody, bitch. Ain't nobody slow. Ain't nobody crazy. Don't nobody believe that Warren, no young ass, sat nowhere on no YouTube and watched your black ass. Don't nobody believe that shit. So that whole story about how he been watching you and he watched you in the past and this and that and the third, lies.
I didn't say that nobody didn't. I'm just saying that there didn't have no evidence of anybody doing anything. There's no evidence of racism. So anyway, I said, you know what? I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna see what they got to say. You know, because nobody's heard what they had to say. So let me see if these boys are lying and see if these boys telling the truth. See if they got any.
Nobody heard what they had to say when they was talking before they came on your show. Are you okay? They was running their mouths before they came on your show, Tatum. You're a liar. You are such a fucking liar.
Evidence. Let me go out there and be legitimate in my judgment. And that's exactly what we did. And I said, look, at the end of the day, we heard what Benjamin Crump and them are saying. We saw all the fake information that they put out there with no verification. And I said, let me see what this side has to say. And then I said, well, my gosh, the world needs to hear their side. And you got to think, I want people to know this. They were terrified to even talk. It was no guarantee that they were going to even interview or anything.
We flew out there, rented a house without having an interview secured.
There's no interview secured.
Who the fuck cares? Did y'all share a bed, bitch? Did y'all share a room? Did y'all share? Wait a minute. He just said we. I thought he didn't go. I thought Tatum just said he wasn't there, or maybe he wasn't at the beach. But I know what I heard. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's a small lie that I caught him in. You know, I've caught him in several lies.
Because they, you know, you got their. The world needs to hear their side. And you got to think, I want people to know this. They were terrified to even talk. It was no guarantee that they were going to even interview or anything.
We flew out there, rented a house without having an interview secured.
There's no interview secured because they, you know, you got their parents were afraid. Lawyers are telling them, and I'm not shocked. They're like, they don't want them to get out and say something. And then people use their words out of context. And so you got the lawyers and everybody's, you know, kind of like, we don't know. We want you to know the truth, but we don't want our boys to be out there. And then people clip their stuff up and then they try to make them into monsters. And so, you know, we had a conversation.
Instead, why not get them out there and clip that stuff up so they can seem like angels? Same difference.
About it, I encourage them like, look, bro, they're going to lie on you no matter what you do. So if you feel confident enough, I'll be very fair with the interview. You guys be able to see everything that we record. I'm not going to record something and chop it up and put it out. No, family and everybody be able to see exactly what we did. Raw footage. Boom. Put it out there. You said it. Y'all be able to see it. Before we put it out, you'll be able to see it. And that's exactly what we did. We did the interview. We talked to the other boys, but they didn't want to go on camera, which for obvious reasons, because of stuff like this. Let's put it out there of the kind of hate I'm getting for just interviewing. Road clip.
Here's my message to some of you ignorant, melanated people that's in my comment section and in my messenger. Talking about I hate my people, I hate my race. And you want me to take up for people that's wrong just because they black.
If Harriet Tubman was alive today, she would blow your brains out without any hesitation. Your brain matter will be all over the ground. No bull.
Like, that's him dog whistling or trying to allude to the fact that he wants me dead. He thinks somebody should kill me because in 2026, what Harriet Tubman and them sacrificed for us to have freedoms and for us to get along with each other, I expressed that, and he think I should be killed. Harriet Tubman would have killed me for being fair to people and not basing stuff based on race. Let it go.
You made $20 million since 2017.
I made $20 million
since 2017.
2017.
And never holding white people accountable. And then you're wondering why people are in your inbox saying the things they're saying to you. You did cried real tears when a Nazi got his neck blown off.
Whoa. Charlie's a Nazi.
A Nazi. When a racist white person checks you, you do nothing, you say nothing. But when a black person says something you don't like, and I've seen the interview, you was willing to throw hands with them, but call black people violent. Make that make sense. So you know what? As a black man, I'm gonna show you how violent we really can get, right? You know what I hope happens to you? I hope a group of racist, conservative, flag-waving, loving white people string you up on the biggest tree they can find. I hope they get the biggest pickup truck with the strongest chain, wrap it about your ankles, drive 30, 40 miles per hour on the dirtiest, rockiest road possible, and have your skin shredded to the white meat. That is what I hope happens to you. Genuinely, that is what I hope happens to you.
Wow.
You hope I get tortured and killed,
drug behind a car,
like my ancestors, some of my ancestors, because I interviewed one kid, two kids, one black and one white.
Right.
Just interviewed. I didn't speak for them. I let them say what they had to say. I asked them the question.
You interviewed more than them. I guess that was a lie too. You said they just didn't want to go on camera, but you did say you talked to multiple. You've been saying that since these interviews started. You say you've talked to multiple kids, but now it's just two. Okay, then.
That y'all had and the accusations against them, and I let them talk on a.
You don't understand why I just love it when motherfuckers be talking and just talking and just talking. That's why you got to be like me and just sit back and just listen and watch. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. You just let motherfuckers talk. Sure.
Okay, and now I'm supposed to get drugged and killed and hang from a tree by racist white people. Make your mind up, bro. I'm checking the job for the white man.
You back. You back. Now I watched you yesterday. I didn't say a word to you, but I read your comments. I didn't respond to your comments. I didn't acknowledge you. You're funny looking. You look like a man dressed as a woman, and I ignored you. So now you're back today just to come in my chest. So apparently you don't agree with my content, right? You don't, because I read your comments all day yesterday. I ignored you. I didn't acknowledge you. I didn't block you, right? So, but from what I gathered, you don't agree with my content. So my question to you is, you know, and I figured you might be a little confused because, like I say, you look like a man dressed up as a woman. Why are you back? Why are you here? And I'm still not going to block you. Why are you here, though? Because you don't agree with my content. Do you just come just because you need to get your rocks off, or you need to get some, you know, you miserable in real life, you know, your life is shit and you just need somebody to vent on? Like, why are you here? I don't get it. Maybe me calling you out and acknowledging, you know what I'm saying, the fact that you are here and you shouldn't be, maybe you'll just leave. And I'm going to have to block you.
Because I want to be white and all this, but then the same people going to kill me for no reason. What you really want to say is he hoped that one of them killed me. Well, that's going to be a hard task, my brother.
I thought I modded you up. I thought I modded you up over here. Or was it the other channel? They come because they're fools. They mad because you're doing good and talking. And then, like, yeah. I thought you were modded up over here. Hold on, y'all. Yeah. I thought you were modded up over here. I had to pull. Hold on, y'all. Yeah. That's you. I don't know. I thought I modded you up. Okay, let me do it now. All right. Hey, Sugar Booger.
All right, there's a I got to get up off here.
Yeah.
But let me try to do real quick. I think they'll
understand.
They'll understand.
Yeah.
Come on, real quick. Here's the next one.
Here's my message to some of you ignorant, melanated people that's in my comment section.
You're going to strap your soup coolers on the front end of a Mossberg and create wonderful selling artwork that can only make Bob Ross jealous? Because that's what I'm hoping. I hope that's your message. I hope your message is that you suck and you're getting ready to just put your thoughts on the wall somewhere so we all can be alleviated of the coonery that comes out of your mouth. You weren't going to say that. Oh, well, then I don't give a f.
So my brother in there beating his meat or something. Come on, man.
Get some curtains too.
Put your clothes on, man. At least At least take a shower and clean up before you in the middle of a
so
session.
you are
Look
now.
at me.
Thinking about
Have a
you.
good day at work.
God dang, bro. I guess I was an ad that came up on this OnlyFans thing or something. But anyway, you know, they want me to blow my brains out because I do an interview. Just so y'all know that people are like that, I just want to put that out there. I'm not really concerned because you mess with me, all right. Let it go, B-Tape.
Bye-bye. Scary. You a scary motherfucker. Whatever. Let's move on to our girl Chronicle Speaks. Yes.
With the Nolan Wells case, every day brings a new
I think we saw this.
question. As you know, the full CTO call has now been released. Before this, the public had only heard bits and pieces shared by the media. But after listening to the entire recording, we can clearly hear what sounds like people screaming Nolan's name and someone asking, is he dead?
Okay. See what I'm saying? Y'all, see what I'm saying? I love her, Melissa. I love Chronicle Speaks. Out of all the channels of this sort, she's my favorite. Her and Introvert Rockstar, you know, I like my dude Carlos. I just love her. Are y'all listening to this? And see, with this one, we're able to read the words on the screen. Y'all pay close attention. Make sure y'all double tapping that screen to like the live stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's go.
With the Nolan Wells case, every day brings a new question. As you know, the full CTO call has now been released. Before this, the public had only heard bits and pieces shared by the. We can clearly hear what sounds like people screaming Nolan's name and someone asking, is he dead?
Okay.
And for those wondering how background audio was captured before the dispatcher answered, the callers were apparently on hold. Calls can still be recorded while someone is waiting on an agent to pick.
Didn't I tell y'all yesterday when we listened to, was it yesterday or the day before? It was yesterday. I don't know why I keep thinking I work Monday. When we listened to the call and when the lady came on, when it first started, you hear old boy talking, but you hear that elevator music. See, they was on hold. They was on hold and didn't know that they was being recorded while they was on hold because you heard the music. When the lady started talking, the music stopped. Let's watch.
Up, and this recording appears to demonstrate exactly that.
That's the music. See, he heard that music and thought they was on hold. They was on hold. That's when all this shit was going down. He assumed they was on hold. And that's why when the lady got on the phone, he yelled, shut the fuck up so they can stop talking. He yelled to the other ones. Listen.
CTO Assistant, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
A simple Google search will take you right to the audio and you can hear it for yourself. It's there. Now, according to several reports online, that distress call was made around 4:00 p.m. But the GPS data shows that the boat did not leave Horn Island until 4:31 p.m. Then the emergency call, or at least the problem that prompted that call, apparently.
So when that call was made, just like I said yesterday, when that call was made to this CTO place, they were still on Horn Island. They were still on Horn Island.
Began while the boat. A simple Google search will take you right to the audio and you can hear it for yourself. Distress call was made around 4:00 p.m. But the GPS data shows that the boat did not leave Horn at 1 p.m. Then the emergency call.
I don't know why it's buffering. Give me a second. Damn it. Already acting up. My God, today. Don't do this.
at least the problem that prompted that call apparently began while the boat was still at or near Horn Island. That would place everyone who was aboard, including Nolan, near Horn Island when something went wrong. However, during that roughly 8-minute call, the caller reportedly says that the boat is in 31 feet of water and no longer at the island.
Right, looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you on Horn Island?
Yes.
All right, is the boat sinking or you have it aground?
We were sinking, yes.
Is it aground is the question?
No, we're not aground. We are in 17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
That creates several possibilities. Around 4 o'clock p.m. was nearly a rounded time, and the call actually began closer to 4:31. The GPS time represents the first recorded movement away from the island, not the exact moment the boat pushed off. The boat had already moved into deeper water, but the GPS record or the way it was publicly explained is incomplete, or multiple calls or recordings and recorded according to all his buddies,
got an interview, giving statements,
provided their accounts of Nolan's last. But evidence ultimately proves that he did.
When was the last time that you saw Nolan? And then when was the last time that someone reported to you that Nolan was seen? If that makes sense.
Yeah. The last time I personally laid eyes on Nolan was at like 3 o'clock, and he was, from the boat with the girl, and that's the last time I saw him. But there were, I've talked to somebody personally that saw Nolan at 6 o'clock, and someone, we weren't even the last people to see Nolan. Once we left, there was still dozens on dozens on dozens of boats around us. And I mean, clearly we were not the last people to see Nolan.
So now that it's a known fact that they traveled back with him, that someone aboard was heard saying he's dead, and that his body was later moved or placed into the water to create the appearance of an accidental drowning, then they have some extremely serious explaining to do.
Did you kill Nolan?
Of course not.
Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death?
Of course not. And absolutely not.
Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone?
No, of course not.
At that point, this would no longer be simply a case involving contradictory timelines or questionable statements. Depending on what happened to Nolan and who participated, investigators could be looking at murder or manslaughter, accessory after the fact, conspiracy, obstruction of justice, and tampering with evidence. Even if Nolan's initial death were accidental, knowingly moving his body, staging a drowning, and lying to investigators could still constitute serious crimes.
There's controversy around the CETO, right? You guys called it in.
Right.
They have that record of you guys, making that emergency call.
Right.
But then there's this, I guess, graphic of you guys traveling at a slow speed, then all of a sudden you accelerate.
Right.
People are saying that that's an indication of something afoot or foul play going on in that timeline. What do you have to say to the naysayers who are mentioning that something must have happened, that you guys were going slow, then you accelerated all of a sudden?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely not. We got towed probably a quarter mile. Like I said, my buddy Bart drove his boat up next to ours after he pulled us out away from the island. And then he towed us a little more while we were trying to get the motor figured out. I mean, the motor would trim down. So then eventually, and the motor wouldn't trim down. And so eventually we figured out if you held the manual trim on the motor will stay in the water even when you start to accelerate. Because when my buddy would put the boat in gear and forward, the motor would come right back up. So it trimmed down, but then it come right back up when you went to go put it in forward.
When people lie, they go into deep, irrelevant details. People are telling stories. They oftentimes will give very deep explanations that have absolutely nothing to do with the content of the conversation itself.
See, what Warren didn't want to explain is, why did they cancel the CETO call? Why did you tell the lady that you didn't need Coast Guard assistance? You see, at some point when you guys were making a call to CETO, someone else was on a phone making a call to Wyatt's grandfather, the owner of the boat. And when you guys told him that Nolan was on that boat dead, he immediately called that captain and told him that you guys no longer needed the help. The boat magically is rescued in planes at a high speed going back to Eli Jackson's home.
My buddy Wyatt pulled the plug and we planed off. We moved all the way to the front of the boat so we could plane off. And
let me play that again.
Listen. Pulled us out away from the island. And then they towed us a little more while we were trying to get the motor figured out. I mean, the motor would trim down. So then eventually the motor wouldn't trim down. And so eventually we figured out if you held the manual trim on the motor the motor will stay in the water even when you start to accelerate. Because when my buddy would put the boat in gear and forward, the motor would come right back up. So it trimmed down, but then it come right back up when you went to go put it in forward and drive.
When people lie, they go into deep, irrelevant details. People are telling stories. They oftentimes will give very deep explanations that have absolutely nothing to do with the content of the conversation itself.
See, what Warren didn't want to explain is why did they cancel the CETO call? Why did you tell the lady that you didn't need Coast Guard assistance? You see, at some point when you guys were making a call to CETO, someone else was on a phone making a call to Wyatt's grandfather, the owner of the boat. And when you guys told him that Nolan was on that boat dead, he immediately called that captain and told him that you guys no longer needed the help. The boat magically is rescued in planes at a high speed going back to Eli Jackson's home.
Bobby Wyatt pulled the plug and we planed off. We moved all the way to the front of the boat so we could plane off. And eventually we planed off. The boat was running. So when you're planed off and you have water in the boat and you're hauling, we're going pretty fast. We're going probably 40, 42 miles an hour.
Come on. I don't know about y'all, but it sounds like Pop was in on it too.
This is Captain Sassy.
Ain't that what the hell I said? Now Pop. Now Pop. It's Pop girl. Pop was in on it too. He in on the cover up. Pop is in on the cover up too. Let's go.
We're going pretty fast. We're going probably 40, 42 miles an hour.
I don't know about y'all, but it sounds like Pop was in on it too.
This is Captain Sassy.
Hi, Captain Seth.
Listen, y'all. This is the lady from CETO talking to the captain, who's gonna tell her that he just got out the phone with Papa. Listen.
Vicky from International. How you doing today?
Doing good. How are you?
Good. I apologize ahead of time. I really do. You're gonna have a fee for service come up under Jerry.
Okay.
It sounds like a bunch of kids on board on Horn Island. He's letting me know that his father's a member, but he can't give me any information. And he's saying the boat is sinking, and he's on Horn Island. It's just unfortunate. He's just a kid. There's a lot going on. So
Right.
He said there's about a lot of people on board. He says he thinks about 7. I'm guessing they're all under 18.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be rude. He wants you guys to go out there and unpump the boat and then tow it in.
Do you know what kind of boat it is?
He said a Triton 24-footer, but that's all he can give me.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just actually got off the phone with his grandpa, who I'm guessing is the owner of the boat, and he said that Jerry. Yeah, he said.
Okay.
I just hung up with him. He said that they don't need any help right now, but if something changes, he'll call me back. So
if these boys called Papa and told Papa the boat is sinking, the motor's acting up, this is acting up, the boat is taking on water, blase swap, why would Papa call the captain and tell the captain, oh, let them be, they good, they all good. Because see, this is the thing, Papa wasn't there. So even though Papa may be thinking on his brain, oh, they all good, you don't know that. Your grandson is at sea with his friends, and they say they sinking. So why would you call the captain? You didn't call CETO, who they called. You called directly to the captain. You know the captain, Papa. Because see, you got to remember, Papa owned that $1 million home off the water. Papa got pool. Papa got that money. So Papa called the captain personally and said, don't go out there. Don't go out there. They good. They great. And that's when somebody else came. Why would Papa call the captain and not allow the captain to go see about his grandson and his friends? You got to make it all make sense. Papa got that money on. In the words of yours truly, young ass. He got that money on. I mean, he ain't called CETO, who would then call the captain. He called the captain. Come on, Ms. Lynn. A lot of this is about power and money and privilege. You better say it. You better say it, Ms. Lynn.
Oh,
I'm guessing that they may have figured it out, because that's what he said. So they're in a panic and their boat won't crank.
Yeah, they're in a panic. He's saying the bill just...
He said the boat won't crank. What the fuck does the boat won't crank got to do with a boat sinking? Listen to the word. Listen, y'all, to what the captain said Papa told him.
Yeah, Jerry. Yeah, he said.
Okay.
I just hung up with him. He said that they don't need any help right now, but if something changes, he'll call me back. So I'm guessing that they may have figured it out because that's what he said. So they're in a panic and their boat won't crank.
Yeah, they're in a panic. He's saying the bilge is not keeping up. I asked for Coast Guard. He said no, but he's just really upset on the back end. And, I get it. It's a kid.
Now, this interview that Warren gave could become extremely damaging evidence if investigators can prove that he knew what happened to Nolan and deliberately presented a false account. Now, although lying during a media interview is not ordinarily a crime by itself, prosecutors could compare every word Warren said publicly with his statements to investigators, the boat's GPS data, the CTO call's exact timestamps, the background voices captured in the recording, phone records, witness statements, and forensic evidence. If those records prove Warren knew Nolan returned to the boat,
all right. I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. Sure.
Or knew something happened to him, his interview could be used to demonstrate consciousness of guilt and attempt to establish a false public narrative or possible coordination among the people involved. The interview itself may not be a criminal charge, but it could become powerful evidence supporting allegations of obstruction, conspiracy, or accessory after the fact. That's why I said his stepmama doesn't like him.
Judge Ashley Cole, we got some questions for you since you don't think that you're supposed to follow your judicial code of conduct. What judge is on Facebook going into the comments of a Django podcaster telling him that you left a comment in his messages, please read, and then your usual suspect, stepson, goes to do a podcast with him? You know damn well you're not supposed to be doing it, but you're using your proximity.
The story was that Tatum told, or the story was Warren watched. Didn't I just point out that lie and said it was a lie before I had proof it was a lie? The story was Warren watched Tatum. He loved Tatum podcast. He watched him. And he watched him and knew that he would be foul and he wouldn't, he would be foul and he would bring the truth and he would bring the story. But you got this young lady saying, oh, stepmama hit Tatum up in his comments and then followed the interview. So who do you think called Tatum to get these boys this interview? Warren or stepmama? Come on, bro. Like, you can't make this shit up. Let's go back to what she just said.
Allegations of obstruction, conspiracy, or accessory after the fact. That's why I said his stepmama doesn't like him.
Judge Ashley Cole, we got some questions for you since you don't think that you're supposed to follow your judicial code of conduct. What judge is on Facebook going into the comments of a Django podcaster telling him that you left a comment in his messages, please read, and then your usual suspect, stepson, goes to do a podcast with him? You know damn well you're not supposed to be doing it, but you're using your proximity to power, your proximity to resources, your proximity to your license to play with an investigation. Why are you violating your judicial code of conduct? You know that a judge is never supposed to comment on a pending investigation. You already violated that. We know that those boys that are under the legal age to drink in Mississippi, somebody purchased that alcohol. We know that they were drinking. We know they kept Nolan's phone, but you are on Django's Facebook in his comment section, leaving messages for him.
When she
to read.
said Django, y'all, she talking about Tatum. That's what they call Tatum, Django. So the stepmama hit the Django up in his comments, and that's how they ended up with the interview. My God, today.
And your stepson ended up on that podcast?
Now that we can clearly hear the audio, let's go back to what Ashley Cole said a couple of weeks ago. She said, right is right and wrong is wrong. Well, someone responded and said, Judge Ashley Cole, please report to the front of the congregation. The unedited CTO emergency call has been released. The truth doesn't change when more evidence comes to light. Does your statement, right is right and wrong is wrong, still apply here? We'll wait.
And why did you choose to not speak to anybody but me?
Right. Okay. Well, Officer Tatum, I've been watching you for a good while now, and I think
you hear this lie. He said it. I couldn't remember if Tatum said it or he said it, but he said it. I've been watching you for a good while. What's a good while, dude? What's a good while? How long you been watching Django? Bootlicker. Since he started kissing y'all ass in this coverage. Let's listen.
Still apply here? We'll wait.
And why did you choose to not speak to anybody but me?
Right. Okay. Well, Officer Tatum, I've been watching you for a good while now, and I think you're a great guy. You've kind of, ever since things got really hot, you've kind of been on my friends and I's side.
Ever since things got pretty hot, you've been on me and my friend's side. That's about how long you've been watching him. Since he started doing commentary or content on this. That's how long he ain't been watching him for no child.
And I really like that about you. I mean, I thought you were very confident, well-spoken, and I really enjoyed that. And all my friends and I watch you. We all think you're great. We love your faith with the Lord. You know, we try to be closer with the Lord every day.
His faith with the Lord. Now, I've been watching Tatum. Now, he may be playing one of them fake Christians, but I ain't heard that shit. I ain't been watching him long enough to know if he play fake Christian. But he said, I know about your faith in the Lord. How you know about his faith? How do you even know his faith in the Lord is real? I ain't never heard that man talk about no faith in the Lord, but maybe he has. I just ain't heard it. Baby, you going deep. I'm talking about deep.
And so did Nolan, you know, and so did Nolan, you know. We all trust in the Lord, and for the Lord to reveal the truth. And I know that's what will happen because I have faith and my family has faith. There's no reason to hide anything. You know, this is our friend. We have nothing to hide. I mean, we were trying to do everything that we could to help out.
If Nolan was here, what do you think he would say about all this?
I think Nolan has one of the most, I mean, Nolan's one of the best men I've ever met. I mean, he has an amazing heart. And like I said in the beginning, I mean, Nolan is one of the nicest and sweetest people I've ever met. I mean, seriously, he had no hate in his heart whatsoever. I think if Nolan knew this was going on, he'd be sick to his stomach. I mean, Nolan hated all hate and arguing.
It's a contradiction to say that. It's a contradiction, you idiot, to say that Nolan loved the Lord and then to say that he hated anything. Because Nolan, if he loved the Lord, he knew it's a commandment not to hate. So you're stumbling. I mean, you're making shit up. But it's okay. We catching it. We catching it. Nolan loved the Lord. He was the most, you know, he loved everybody. He loved the grass, the trees, the leaves, the birds. I mean, he loved everybody, but he hated what? He hated what? Exactly, keep it cute. You know what? That's true. And I think they just used that movie. He's Samuel. Tatum is Samuel Jackson. He's not, because Django was Jamie Foxx, right? I guess they just used it because that's the name of the movie with Jamie Foxx and Samuel in it. I don't know was Samuel Jackson named Steven in that movie? Because that's him. Bootlicker. He's Samuel Jackson from Django.
In drama, he didn't like any of the sweetest people I've ever met. I mean, seriously, he had no hate in his heart whatsoever. I think if Nolan knew this was going on, he'd be sick to his stomach. I mean, Nolan hated all hate and arguing and.
How do you hate all hate? You can't hate. Look, you can't hate and hate, because then you hate it. That means you hate yourself. But anyway, keep talking. Yeah, the butler. Yeah, Samuel.
Drama, he didn't like any of that. So, I mean, I think if Nolan knew this was going on, he'd be very, very upset. I mean, it's horrible.
Oh, Nolan knows what's going on, honey. Nolan wants justice for himself. He's very upset with y'all because y'all turned on him over a pussy. Y'all turned on him and y'all covering up and y'all lying. And Nolan's gonna get his justice. He's gonna get his justice, Warren.
He knew his friends were getting these threats, and you know we were felt threatened for our lives. I mean, Nolan would be traumatized if he was here, like, and if he knew that. Like, I mean,
but the thing about it is, he's dead. He's dead, dude. And you or nobody around you has sympathy, empathy, or nothing. You have no emotion. Absolutely none. That motherfucker bootlicker sitting across from you said he cried because you played a song with his tender dick ass. But we ain't seen no emotion between neither one of y'all. You done went to the spot to where your buddy was found, bitch. You done went to the spot. You ain't shed a tear. You ain't show no emotion. None. Get out of here.
he was a person of no violence, and you know he had a really good heart. He would hate it.
You think your friendship with Nolan
Wouldn't hate it. He wouldn't hate it. You still misspeaking.
inspired you to want to speak out?
Of course. I mean, I know Nolan. And like I said, I've been really tight with Nolan since 8th grade. And he's a best friend of mine. He's like a brother. And Nolan's the type of guy to fight back for what's right and fight for the truth. And I know Nolan would tell me if he was here to fight back and make sure the truth is out and make sure your word is out, because that's what matters most.
Do you have any theories about what could have possibly happened to Nolan?
You know, my buddies and I have talked about it. And like I said, I mean, I've been on the water my entire life. My friends have. It's not like we're unexperienced in this, but Nolan was my best friend. And he was my friend's best friends. And well,
listen to the answer to these questions, y'all. This man asked you a straight up question. What you think happened? You going into Nolan was my best friend. He's my bro. He's my buddy. You going all around the mulberry bush to try to make people believe you love that man so much. But clearly your actions after the fact show that you ain't give a fuck. And you can't even answer a straight question without this what Hurst asked. Nolan was my friend. Nolan was my brother. And this and the third. Answer the fucking question. It's a straight up question. Answer it. I'm sure you and your buddies done talked a lot about this, trying to keep your story straight.
I mean, I've been on the water my entire life. My friends have. It's not like we're unexperienced in this, but Nolan was my best friend, and he was my friend's best friends. And well, he was like a brother to me. And more than anything, and the thing that's most important is what happened to him. And I mean, I want to know just as much as anybody else. I mean, that's all. Like, my friends haven't stopped talking about that. Like, what happened, and you know, like just trying to figure it out. But I would never want to put it on somebody else because of the hate that I've received for just being out there around them, and my name getting brought up because I called the Coast Guard. I was the first one to call the Coast Guard. I mean, I don't know, and I want to know more than anybody. I mean, my friends and I are like very have been wondering this for a while, and you know, we just want to know as much as anybody else what happened to him. But I would never want to sit here and blame anybody else and put this on anybody else because of the hate and death threats that my family and my friends have received. It's horrible. And I would never want someone else to experience that, you know?
Yeah, especially if there's no evidence to it.
Exactly.
It's been said out there that you guys immediately delete your social media, lure it up as if you were in some type of fear that you would be implicated in this. What do you say to that?
I mean, of course we lured up, and of course, you know, I deleted my social media. I was getting death threats before anything ever came out because I was the one that called the Coast Guard. I mean, people put this all on me because I was the one that called. I was the one that was, you know, worried. My friends were just as well. I mean, of course I deleted all my social media. I was getting insane death threats, like stuff I couldn't even believe 2 days after. And, you know, we went straight to the police. I wanted the police to come ask questions. I wanted them to know and have all of my information. And, I mean, people were accusing me of murdering my best friend. It's sick. I mean, like, just because of race. I mean, it's disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach. I mean, there's
no. People are accusing you just because of race. That's not why I'm accusing you. Hell, I ain't even accusing you of being the one that unalived them. You were there. You know what happened. But it has nothing to do with your race. It has to do with he went out there with y'all and he didn't come back. For me, it's not about race. And I can't, you know, stress that enough over here. That's why when people come on here with that stupid, making stupid ass comments and things of that nature, you got to go, because for me, it's not about race. It's about human life. This man, something happened to him, and y'all know what it. Listen, something happened to him, and y'all know what happened. Y'all know what happened. And because this is part of what you people do, and I say you people, call that racist, call that prejudice, or whatever you want to say, I'm going to say you people, y'all cover shit up. Y'all feel like money can buy everything. People, places, things, souls. And let me just say this. When it comes to these young white boys, and this is something, and I always tell y'all when I speak from something that I know about in real life. When it comes to these young men, they parents be on standby. Parents, grandparents, they be on standby to whenever they get in some trouble, they be willing and waiting to get them out of it, no matter who they have to pay, who they have to threaten, who they have to take down. Let me tell you something. I got a baby brother. He's not so much of a baby, but he's my baby brother because he's my youngest brother, right? And him and my sister twin, which is older than him but younger than my twin, my two younger brothers, just put it like that. All through high school, went to two different private schools. They both went to private schools. One went to one, and one went to the other. They were both football superstars at their school. They were there on scholarships. Okay. My baby brother, and you can only imagine, both of my brothers, they was running at this private school, which was majority white. All of their friends were white. All of their girlfriends were white. They hung with these people on a daily. People that called them their friends, their best friends. Long story short, it started when they was in high school. Whenever something would go down, my baby brother with his little group of friends, my baby brother was a class clown. He was smart as hell, but he was a class clown. So he would get into some shit with his friends. And he would always be the one to get in trouble. It was him and a group of friends, all white. He would always be the one we'll get a phone call. My mama get a phone call. My daddy get a phone call. Because he would be always the one sent to the office, being reprimanded, even though it was a group of them. And this just constantly kept happening. And I had to sit my brother down because he was in high school, I was in college. I had to sit him down. I had to tell him, do you not see the pattern? Quit taking your ass up to that school acting a fool with your friends. When every time the shit hit the fan, you always the one getting in trouble, and their ass is always the one that's getting off. Do you not see what's happening here? Now, fast forward, he listened, but did. Graduated with honors, went on to play college football. So as the years went by and they became grown adults and they was doing shit together, he had to learn the hard way. He had to learn the hard way as an adult that you and this group of white boys, whenever some shit hit the fan, it's always on you. Let me tell you something. Them white boys did a whole lot of shit. They did drugs. They drank alcohol. They did all kind of shit. And every time one of them would get in trouble, guess what would happen? Their parents would get them out of it. Don't ask me how. I can only assume. But they always did shit and they always got out of it. I'm telling y'all what I know from experience in real life. Boys like Warren, who got Papa on standby, who got Stepmama Judge on standby, this ain't the first time they done did some shit. I can guarantee you, this ain't the first time they done been in some shit, but they always get them off. Always. No matter who they got to pay, who they got to threaten, who they got to take down, who they got to buy. None of that. They make it all go away.
I got off of social media because there were people saying insane things to me and my family, and I just couldn't sit there and look at it. I mean, that's it.
I'm not saying that Warren did it, but I'm also not saying that Warren didn't do it. What happened to Nolan could have been an accident. He's dead, Nolan. It was too much of a panic. However, you lied. He was on that boat and you didn't get him help. You had his family searching for answers. You claimed to be out on a boat searching for him when you were the one that saw him last. This call is very damaging evidence, and if it does not lead to arrest, then we know why. I'm going to play this one more time for you, and I'm ending the video. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe, and we'll talk about it down below.
Okay.
Tito Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
I'll pick him up. He said, I'll pick him up. Nolan, don't die. Y'all listen. Listen without even reading the words, because I'm listening. Listen without reading the words.
It does not lead to arrest, Then we know why. I'm going to play this one more time for you, and I'm ending the video. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe, and we'll talk about it down below.
Okay.
Tito Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Angles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right. Well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Atkerson. I think it's Jerry Atkerson. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have to tag
unless
on
you have a
We got
membership
ripped off.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at 2.
All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How
on
many?
board.
All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
All right. All right. Do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Let me go look.
Hold on. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back a little bit. This is the last time I'm gonna play it, y'all, but I got to see something real quick.
Then we know why. I'm going to play this one more time for you, and I'm ending the video. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe, and we'll talk about it down below.
Okay.
Tito Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Angles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right. Well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Atkerson. I think it's Jerry Atkerson. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have to tag
Unless
on
you have a
We got ripped
membership
off.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at 2.
All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How
on
many?
board.
All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
All right. All right. Do you have your current
Check his chest.
GPS coordinates?
Let me go look.
If not, I can send you a text message.
North, all right, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm available.
North 3 degrees. 4672.
All right. 4672. All right. And you were breaking up a little bit. Can you just repeat it one more time to make sure I have it correct?
Sorry, look.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what?
So you're breaking up. If you need assistance, do you have a VHF radio?
No, we do not have the VHF radio.
All right. Well, let's try to get you going because you don't have good cell phone reception. Can you verify your coordinates one more time?
Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.79.
Right. Looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you
Yes,
on
we are
Horn
at Horn
Island?
Island. Yes.
All right. Is the boat sinking or you have it aground?
We were sinking, yes.
Is it aground is the question?
Oh, we're not aground.
He said we were sinking. We pointed that out the other day. He said we were sinking. Were.
Right. Looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you
Yes,
on
we are
Horn
at Horn
Island?
Island. Yes.
All right. Is the boat sinking or you have it aground?
We were sinking, yes.
Is it aground is the question?
Oh, we're not aground. We are in 17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
All right. Have to ask. What do you want to do? Do you want to be towed back?
I want to get this boat unsank and towed back, yes.
All right. Where would you like it towed to, sir?
You can tow it to Ocean Springs or Fort Bayou Lawn.
All right. How many adults and children on board?
No, there's no children.
So, is there anybody on board? How many adults, sir? That was the question. Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're going.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yep, I just need you to answer these questions so I can get you over to the captain.
Okay,
How many
what's
adults on
going
board?
There's 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Hello?
Is there a living person, someone breathing on the boat? Is there anybody on the boat?
Yes, there's lots of people breathing on the boat.
All right, how many people, sir?
Like 7.
All right, thank you. Does everyone have life jackets on or available to them?
Yes, we have life jackets available.
All right, verify what boat's sinking.
That's right, and 22-foot offshore, 22-foot Triton offshore sea flight hull.
All right. All right. Please hold. I'm transferring you to the local captain now.
Reporting live from Myers Club, Right Plus News.
Right.
I'm Janava.
All right, let me read y'all messages because I was too engulfed in that. Y'all been typing. Hold on. Yeah, that call is damning. I'm sorry. It is. Excuse me. Melissa saying that's and what's fucked up, they never used that power and money to help the black friend or family. They turned their back. Mm-hmm. And that's the truth. Let me say this. My grandmother was friends with Sheriff Harry Lee and other officials. The man was not going to say his name, but he was running for judge and he old now, but still. Hey, Tanya, happy wing. Girl, I want me some wings today. I'm going to get some too. If your boat sinking with y'all be calm. I wouldn't say that. I know if I was in a boat and the motherfucker was sinking, you should stay calm. But I don't know how calm I'd be. But them being like that ain't had nothing to do with that boat sinking. Because if you pay attention to his words were, we were sinking. We were sinking. I don't think, yeah. She has a video where she blocks out the dispatcher and you can hear only what's going on in the background. Okay. A judge, my grandma Raleigh Ford, this judge even hosted a dinner at her house where him and his wife attended 8 days and enjoyed themselves. They were. Oh, I know that stuff is done all the time. Hell, I ain't gonna even lie. My brothers being friends with those white boys and their parents, and they absolutely, I say, I don't want to go deep into it, but shit, they done got out of some shit because of who they was friends with too. It happens. I know it does. Yeah, don't never make it to court. Mm-hmm. They came from fear, knowing only when breathing. Right. He is speaking kind of calm to be reporting that his boat is sinking into water. The dispatcher sounds more distressed than the caller does. She said, what the attitude? All right, y'all. So this is Hype. I've been watching him too as well. Well, that's the name of his channel. I think his name is something different, but yeah, let's listen to this to Hype. It's another video about the audio, y'all. Y'all know it was a lot of stuff out there when this audio hit. So let's listen.
Speaking. How can I help you? Of course. How far is the word coming up, sir?
Breaking news coming out of Mississippi. Appears to be a major break in the case that the public is finally hearing. Yesterday, we will release an extended version of the audio call his friends would make to the Cito company when they alleged they were having issues with their boat and was sinking.
Okay, how many adults on board?
There's 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question.
Now, this version we shared originally obtained by TMZ would only capture when you first hear the driver of the boat speak with the operator. Now, late Saturday night, local outlet WLOX would go on to release a completely unedited version of the call provided by the Mississippi Department of Maritime Resources. And in the first few seconds, it appears for some that not only Wells was on the boat with his friends when they left Horn Island, that he also appeared to have passed away amongst them. At the top of the call, while hold music played, you can hear panic from an unidentified young woman who appears to say Nolan, followed by, oh my God. Now, as the driver of the boat tries to explain the situation regarding the boat itself, you would then hear a male voice in the background seemingly yell, wake up, wake the F up.
Cito Assistant, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the word coming up, sir?
Now, of course, due to the conversations in the background not taking place a part of the actual call, the way some are hearing this could be challenged by those who choose not to see it that way. Now, as an attempt to better make out the background chaos, we will remove the hold music at the beginning in an edited version.
To connect you.
CTO assistant, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir?
Now, to note, we as well personally can't help but to hear what many are now picking up, as well as potential's final moments, now that this version of the tow call has been released. Now, for some, as the call continued, there appeared to be other questionable moments in the background for listeners, as the boat driver identified as White Pyron continued to speak with the operator. Like at the end of the call, when you would hear the called sea tow captain express that he got a direct call from the grandfather Pyron, who would tell him that a tow was no longer needed. This for some would be the beginning of a cover-up to minimize witnesses.
Hi, Captain Seth. This is Vicky from International. How you doing today?
Doing good. How are you?
Good, good. I apologize ahead of time. I really do. You're going to have a fee for service come up under Jerry.
Okay.
It sounds like a bunch of kids on board on Horn Island. He's letting me know that his father's a member, but he can't give me any information. And he's saying the boat is sinking. And he's on Horn Island. It's just unfortunate. He's just a kid. There's a lot going on. So
Right.
he said there's about a lot of people on board. He says he thinks about 7. I'm guessing they're all under 18.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be rude. He wants you guys to go out there and unpump the boat and then tow it in.
Do you know what kind of boat it is?
He said a Triton 24-footer, but that's all he could give me.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just actually got off the phone with his grandpa, who I'm guessing is the owner of the boat, and he said that Jerry. Yeah, he said.
Okay.
I just hung up with him. He said that they don't need any help right now, but if something changes, he'll call me back. So I'm guessing that they may have figured it out, because that's what he said. So they're in a panic and their boat won't crank.
Yeah, they're in a panic.
Since the beginning of this case, many have questioned Wells' friend's story, as many things appeared inconsistent throughout, and those online will call out the entire situation as being a cover-up of the death of another Black teen in Mississippi. So what happens next? Given that this call is now officially 22 days old, we're certain the local officials and investigators have examined it by now. And given that agencies like the FBI are involved, we can also be certain that they have the resources to completely clean distorted audio with specialized forensic audio tools that can isolate speech. Now, according to reports, the FBI has perfected this ability since the 1960s as a way to improve distorted speech from wiretaps, 911 call.
My question to you, Brendan, if someone was going to, because see, I've listened to, I was even hesitant about really talking about this audio or whatever too was authenticated. Now, this is the audio is real. And my question to you is this. Why would somebody produce a fake audio that's so hard to understand what's really going on? It's hard to understand. It had to be enhanced and things of that sort. If somebody was going to fake an audio, don't you think it would be more clearer than this? It would be more damning than this, even though this audio is very damning. But if somebody was going to fake something, okay, Brendan, okay, you say for views. But have you listened to the fact that the audio has been authenticated? Have you paid attention to that? Okay, so why do you say it's fake? Because I'm not playing every version of this audio that's out there. I'm not. Very careful about which ones I'm playing. If I just ask you, did you pay attention to the fact that the audio has been authenticated, and you come back and say it hasn't been proven, what does authentic? You know what? I hate feeling like I'm teaching. I'm not a teacher. If I say something has been authenticated, that means it's been proven to be real. Are you okay? Go back to school, Brandon.
And covert body wires. Now, when what we unveiled is the case, and we all have now witnessed that Nolan was back on the boat that day where he potentially lost his life, many individuals can now face consequences, like all of his friends who were on the boat that never gave Wells' family and authorities the truth and potentially helped get rid of his body. The stepmother of Warren Hudson, Judge Ashley Cole, who would push potential false statements. The grandfather, Wyatt Pyron, who looks to have helped his grandson avoid serious consequences. The adults who supplied the teens with alcohol, causing them to potentially make terrible decisions that day. And local law enforcement for failing to aggressively move forward on making arrests when there were signs early on, like Exhibit A, picture of Nolan and his underage friends drinking. and more specifically for Sheriff John Ledbetter for expressing he didn't see any signs of foul play before an autopsy was even conducted. This recent update not only could highlight criminal bias, but also media bias because, again, this audio is over 20 days old, but for some reason, none of the major outlets played it in its entirety, which would have captured the slurred speech by Pyron, the boat's driver, thus potentially incriminating him of boating under the influence, which, again, is against maritime law, as well as capturing him stating that none of the occupants of the boat were over 21 years old, the legal drinking age in Mississippi.
How many adults on board?
There are 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question.
On Thursday, Mississippi District Attorney Angel Myers McIlrath would speak out about the case and would defend the pace of the investigation as it would now be presented to a grand jury when it's complete.
I understand the public's urgency to know what happened to Nolan, but we are not taking time for time's sake. We are taking the time required to complete the work this investigation demands. Since Nolan was reported missing, local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies have worked around the clock investigating what happened to him. Every piece of evidence must be examined. Every credible lead must be followed to its conclusion. Every witness interview must be analyzed in context of all other evidence. The pressure for answers does not change what the work requires. I also understand that many people have questions about why more information has not been released publicly. In Mississippi, the rules of professional conduct restrict the information a prosecutor can release during an investigation. Our restraint in communicating facts and evidence is not an effort to keep the truth from the public. It is an effort to protect the integrity of this investigation in the grand jury proceeding. As your district attorney, I have an ethical obligation to avoid public statements that could influence witnesses, prejudice the proceeding, or compromise the fairness of the legal process. My obligation extends to and requires me to use reasonable care to ensure investigating agencies avoid making those statements and releasing information as well. These rules exist to protect the search for the truth, not to prevent it. When the public asks, what about this, or have they looked at that, or did they think about this? The answer is yes. Those are the same questions investigators ask. The difference is that we can't publicly discuss the evidence, the interviews, or what those efforts have uncovered while the investigation is underway.
As far as Wells' family, they continue to ask witnesses to come forward and are expected to investigate Wells' phone with investigators assigned to the case. We all are also awaiting the findings from Wells' first autopsy now that the independent autopsy deemed his cause of death as undetermined. And so if this captured audio accurately depicts what many are now hearing, the pain and lack of trust that Black Americans have expressed becomes more valid. And on the birth of Emmett Till, July 25th, 85 years later, Mississippi gains another stain on the state's history. Reporting live from Ibis Club for iPlus News, I'm John Abba.
Detail assistant, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Now, many of you have had questions about the CTO call audio that I previously played. Once again, this recording is
Okay, so this is Chronicle Speaks again, and I even though I blocked Brendan, hopefully he's watching for a little education, because this is Chronicle Speaks talking about the audio again. That audio was released from MDMR. Okay, what is the name of this one? Nolan Wells newly isolated audio reveals who. Yeah, let's listen to this. I ain't got time to keep on talking to these people who don't want to believe the truth. Well, don't want to believe facts, I guess. I don't know. But anywho, let's listen to our girl Chronicle Speaks again.
Publicly available online. Although the regular whole music is playing, you can still hear what appears to be a frantic situation unfolding in the background.
Yeah,
Nothing has
that's
been
what
added to.
I just said. Yeah, when you said that, keep it cute, because I knew it was coming up. When you said that, I already knew it was on my playlist. That's why I was like, yeah. Girl, you know we got the time. Look, you know we watch the same people. We got the same algorithm. Me, you, and Tanya be on this bitch listening to the same shit. Oh, okay. Here we go, y'all. Shout out to Keep It Cute.
The recording. Now on to new developments. Fortunately, the call was recorded in stereo, meaning the dispatcher's voice plays through one channel while the young man on the boat can be heard through the other channel. I simply muted the dispatcher's channel, allowing us to focus more clearly on the background conversation. This audio.
All right, y'all, listen. I don't know how many people got earbuds in. Of course, I don't, because I'm on my hold on, y'all. Of course, I don't have earbuds in. I will listen to it on my own when I get off of here, but because I'm on my laptop and my speakers and things of that sort, so I can't use earpods. But y'all listen, y'all put headphones or earbuds in. Yeah.
Conversation. This audio works best if you use headphones.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Oh, shut the fuck up! What'd you say? Hey. It's coming up. We're just thinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now. I don't know the phone number. It's either. I think it's. Try that. I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have the tag on here. It got ripped off. Reach me at 2. Yeah, everybody's off the way. What? No, we do not need that. Let me go look. Will, north. All right, are you ready? North 30 degrees. But
I don't know about y'all, but that right there, that little thing right there lets me know that maybe they had his phone or was in his phone, because it said something about I think he messaged me. Hold on. Bart definitely was on that boat.
Reach me at 2. Yeah, everybody's off the way. What? No, we do not need that.
See, they don't know right there whether it said check his chest or check his text. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Alpha. I don't know, because see, even on the screen it says it's either saying check his text or check his chest. Everybody assumed it was saying check his chest.
No, we do not need that. Let me go look.
Yeah, because then the girl said, "Oh, I think he messaged me."
Will. All right, are you ready?
Then somebody said, "Wait, here it is."
North 30 degrees. But 4672. Sorry, look. What do I need to send you? Yeah, what? No, we do not have the VHF radio. Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.79. Yes, we were at Horn Island. Yes. If we were sinking, yes. No, we're not aground. We are in 17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water. I want to get this boat unsank and towed back, yes. You can tow it to Ocean Springs Harbor, or Fort Bayou launch. No, there's no tow. Hey, drop in the water. Gotta jump in and pull the plug.
Drop what in the water? Drop what in the water?
Or Fort Bayou launch. No, there's no children. Hey, where is this? Drop it in the water. Try to jump in and pull the plug while you're going. Oh, they got here. Hello. They got here. Okay, what's going on? What's up? There are 0 adults on board. No. Nobody here is over the age of 21. Hello? Yeah, there's lots of people breathing on the boat. Like 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, we have life jackets available. A Triton, 22-foot offshore, 22-foot Triton offshore sea flight hull. Okay, thank you.
I reached out to Ben Crump and also to Miss Christine. Hopefully they can get an audio forensic analyst to examine the original audio so we can know for sure what's being said, but it's something there.
Said my buddy Bart drove his boat up next to ours after he pulled us out away from the island, and then he towed us a little more.
And she got it on the screen. He said my buddy Bart pulled his boat next to ours. But in the audio, you hear them saying Bart's name. So that means Bart. Look, this is ridiculous. Like, if they yelling Bart this whole time while he on the phone with the dispatcher, but he's saying his buddy Bart pulled up in another boat next to them, that means either they're lying and Bart was on that boat, or when Bart pulled up, whatever was going on, Bart can't. I don't know. What do y'all think? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Because I'm so fucked up. I hope I'm, maybe Chronicle. See, because this woman, I swear to God, she be thinking and saying everything that's on my brain. Maybe she can explain it. Because just as I was finna say, wait, Bart? What you mean Bart pulled up? Because we hear Bart on that audio.
Also to Miss Christine, hopefully they can get an audio forensic analyst to examine the original audio so we can know for sure what's being said, but it's something there.
Said my buddy Bart drove his boat up next to ours after he pulled us out away from the island, and then he towed us a little more while we were trying to get the motor figured out.
What'd you say?
So Bart Edmonston is a new name that we haven't really heard of until Warren started talking on Officer Tatum's show. Now, Edmonston is 21 years old, and when he was previously confronted about being at the pool party, he says, hey, I
think Warren fucked up when he mentioned Bart, to be honest, because, for the longest time in the interview, he was saying, my buddy. Y'all remember that commercial back in the day at Bar? I think it was a teddy bear or something. It was a toy. My buddy. Bart is the one that took Nolan out, just my opinion. I'm thinking, but I just got here. Yep, he did. So he wasn't mentioning Bart's name at the beginning of this interview, right? But he all of a sudden he slipped up. I think he fucked up and mentioned Bart's name. Bart was on that boat fighting Nolan or Katie. Yeah, because Katie could have been on that boat too, because I damn sure heard a female. All right, so let's listen. She finna tell us more about Bart.
Us out away from the island, and then he towed us a little more while we were trying to get the motor figured out.
What'd you say?
So Bart Edmonston is a new name that we haven't really heard of until Warren started talking on Officer Tatum's show. Now, Edmonston is 21 years old, And when he was previously confronted about being at the pool party, he says, hey, I just want you to know Nolan was a friend of mine. I want justice and the facts to come out. I guess he's trying to say, I want you to know that I live in Wyoming and have not been in past Christian for over a year. I grieve for Nolan and want the same as everyone else. Thank you for your support. So the official sworn MDMR Marine Patrol report was filed as a non-criminal missing person report. Now, this was filed via telephone at 10:05 a.m. on July 5th, 2026. Two individuals are listed as involved entities, 21-year-old Bart Joseph Edmonston Jr. and Jerry Ralph Atkerson, which happens to be Wyatt's grandfather, i.e. the owner of the boat.
Hold on. And let me slow her down, because I got to understand what the hell she just said. Hold on, y'all. Y'all know me. I'll play some shit till I understand what the hell. This is too much.
Christine, hopefully they can get an audio forensic analyst to examine the original audio so we can know for sure what's being said, but it's something there.
Said my buddy Bart drove his boat up next to ours after he pulled us out away from the island, and then he towed us a little more while we were trying to get the motor figured out.
What'd you say?
So Bart Edmonston is a new name that we haven't really heard of until working on Officer Tatum's show. Now, Edmonston is 21 years old. And when he was previously confronted about being at the pool party, he says, hey, I just want you to know Nolan was a friend of mine. I want justice and the facts to come out. I guess he's trying to say, I want you to know that I live in Wyoming and have not been in past Christian for over a year. I grieve for Nolan and want the same as everyone else. Thank you for your support. So the official sworn MDMR Marine Patrol report was filed as a non-criminal missing person report. Now, this was filed via telephone at 10:05 a.m. on July 5th, 2026. Two individuals are listed as involved entities, 21-year-old Bart Joseph Edmonston Jr. and Jerry Ralph Atkerson, which happens to be Wyatt's grandfather, i.e. the owner of the boat.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just actually got off the phone with his grandpa, who I'm guessing is the owner of the boat. And he said that, yeah, Jerry, yeah. He said, okay. I just hung up with him. He said that they don't need any help right now.
Now, 2 videos ago, we went over the GPS data for Jerry Atkinson's boat. That's the boat that Nolan came back in on, along with Warren, along with Wyatt. We heard Will, we heard Bart's name, and we heard 2 women. Now, although Bart led investigators on his boat to get the GPS coordinates, I do not see anywhere where they were revealed to the public, at least not like Wyatt's grandfather, Jerry. I'm starting to think that these countless trips to Fort Bayou has something to do with Bart, because he doesn't live that far from Fort Bayou, about a mile and some change via boat. He has a very nice boat launch. Now, if Bart came in on a whole nother boat, what made them say, damn it, Bart, he's mother freaking dead, dude?
Damn it, Bart. What'd you say?
What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! Say his name! No, we will! Say his name! No, we will! What do we want? Justice! Say his name! No, we will! His name!
On Next, I shall stay until someone decides to pay. We're calling for several arrests. The internet should not be solving this crime when it's been sitting with investigators for over 3 weeks. What I need to do is hear from you. What do you think about everything going on in the Nolan Wells case? Leave a comment and we'll talk about it down below.
Veronica Speaks ain't no joke. I want to be like her one day when I grow up. I'm talking about, she ain't no joke. She is not no joke. You hear me? What's next, y'all? Real crime uncovered. FBI identified a voice and know. Let's see what this one is. This one right here, I'm not too sure about, y'all. Has anybody seen this one? Hold on, let me see something right quick.
Tito assistant. Tito assistant.
There's a new piece of audio spreading right now in the Nolan Wells case, and it's more specific and more serious than anything that's circulated in this case before. People are claiming they can hear a name called out, a question about whether someone is dead, and a direct instruction naming who should check. If that's accurate, it would be the single most significant piece of evidence in this.
No, because I ain't read y'all comments in a minute. I've been so engulfed. Hold on. I did read that one. Let's see. If you check dude's head while he's talking about Bart pulling up to his boat, he's shaking his head. No, his body language doesn't agree with what he's saying.
entire investigation. So before anything else today, we're going to check it carefully against every outlet that's had actual access to this recording and tell you exactly what holds up and what doesn't. That's not the only thing that's moved this week. There's a new specific detail from the independent autopsy ethics petition now sitting with an actual oversight body. And there's a quiet court filing from Nolan's mother that hasn't gotten nearly the attention it deserves. Here's the thing worth saying up front because it matters for how you take in everything that follows. A forensic finding, a court filing, and a viral interpretation of background audio are three completely different categories of information, and we're not going to treat the same way just because the same firm. It's an audit of what's actually provable right now. Let's get into it. Let's start with the audio because it's what's driving.
Now, y'all, I can guarantee you it's going to be a little interference today, either storming cats and dogs outside. Truth, you good at what you do. And thank you, Melissa. I do want to get better, though. See, Chronicle Speed's been on here for a while. She's got a whole lot of experience. I'm trying to get there. I am really trying to get there. I like her channel. But thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that, girl. Thank you, Milene. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all's support.
The conversation right now, and it deserves a real, careful look rather than either amplifying it or brushing past it. Here's the claim spreading widely, that a closer analysis of the CTO call has identified three distinct things in the background. Nolan's name being called out, someone asking if he's dead, and a specific instruction, naming an individual by name to check someone's chest. If true, that would upend almost everything publicly understood about this case so far. That's exactly why it needs to be checked with more care, not less. Here's what's actually confirmed. The underlying recording is real. It's the same CTO call that's been reported on extensively by NBC News, by WLOX, by TMZ, by Newsweek, outlets that have had direct access to this audio and transcribed the confirmed foreground conversation in detail. The existence of background noise and commotion during parts of the call has also been independently noted by reporters working from the original recording. That much isn't in dispute. Here's what isn't confirmed, and we want to be direct about this rather than soft pedal it. Not one of those outlets, not NBC, not WLOX, not TMZ, not Newsweek, all of whom have had the same access to this recording, has confirmed these three specific phrases as accurately identified background speech. No audio forensics expert has authenticated this interpretation. No law enforcement statement has acknowledged or addressed it. As of right now, this sits entirely in the unverified column, and it's important to say clearly what that means. Not proven false, not proven true, because it changes how carefully this needs to be handled. This version of the audio claim goes further than earlier ones. It doesn't just describe ambiguous background noise, it names a specific individual and attaches a specific accusatory instruction directly to his name.
CTO assistant. CTO assistant. CTO assistant. CTO assistant. Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the word coming up, sir? All right, of course. How far is the word coming up, sir? All right, of course. How far is the word coming up, sir? All right, of course. How far is the word coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Angles? Hello? Hello?
Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down.
All right. Well, let's get a number listed on my account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have a tag
Unless
on
you
here.
have a membership number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at 2.
All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How many? All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Let me go look.
If not, I can send you a text message.
Hey, North. All right, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm available.
North 30 degrees. By 662.
All right, 4672. All right, and you were breaking up a little bit. Can you just repeat it one more time to make sure I have it correct?
Sorry, look.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what?
So you're breaking up. If you need assistance, do you have a VHF radio?
No, we do not have a VHF radio.
All right, well, let's try to get you going because you don't have good cell phone reception. Can you verify your coordinates one more time?
Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.79.
Right, looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you
Yes,
on
we are
Horn
at Horn
Island?
Island. Yes.
All right, is the boat sinking or you have it aground?
We are sinking, yes.
Is it aground is the question?
No, we're not aground. We are in 17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
All right, have to ask. What do you want to do? Do you want to be towed back?
I want to get this boat unsank and towed back, yes.
All right, where would you like it towed to, sir?
You can tow it to Ocean Springs Harbor, or Fort Bayou launch.
All right, how many adults and children on board?
No, there's no children.
So, is there anybody on board? How many adults, sir? That was the question.
Hey, floor is this. Drop in the water.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, floor is this. Drop in the water.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, floor is this. Drop in the water.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, floor is this. Drop in the water.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, jump in and pull the plug while you're going.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yep, I just need you to answer these questions so I can get you over to the captain.
Okay,
How many
what's
adults
going
on board?
There are 0 adults on board.
Board the boat?
No. Nobody
right.
here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Hello?
Is there a living person, someone breathing on the boat? Is there anybody on the boat?
Yes, there's lots of people breathing on the boat.
All right, how many people, sir?
Like 7.
All right, thank you.
Like 7.
All right, thank you.
Like 7.
All right, thank you.
Like 7.
All right. Thank you. Does everyone have life jackets on or available to them?
Yes, we have life jackets available.
All right. Verify what boat's sinking.
That's right, and 22-foot offshore, 22-foot Triton offshore sea flight hull.
All right. All right. Please hold. I'm transferring you to the local captain now.
Okay, thank you. This is Captain.
Hi, Captain. This is Vicky from International. How you doing today?
Doing good. How are you?
Good, good. Service come up under. I took a bunch of kids on board on Horn Island. He's letting me know that his father's a member, but he can't give me any information. And he's saying the boat is sinking. And he's on Horn Island. It's just unfortunate. He's just a kid. There's a lot going on. So
Right.
he said there's about a lot of people on board. He says he thinks about 7. I'm guessing they're all under 18.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be rude. He wants you guys to go out there and unpump the boat and then tow it in.
Do you know what kind of boat it is?
He said a Triton 24 footer, but that's all he can give me.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just actually got off the phone with his grandpa, who I'm guessing is the owner of the boat. And he said,
okay.
I just hung up with him. He said that they don't need any help right now, but if something changes, he'll call me back. So I'm guessing that they may have figured it out, because that's what he said. If they're in a panic and their boat won't crank.
Yeah, they're in a panic. He's saying the bilge is not keeping up. I asked for Coast Guard. He said no, but he's really upset on the back end. And I guess he just doesn't understand.
You still on?
Yes, I still have him on line. And I can find, he couldn't give me anything, membership, so it's fee for service. service.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just talked to. If you want to, I mean, I'm not. We're so tied up right now. We can't really do any non-member right now.
Is if I was a member or not?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's his boat or what. I'm not sure what's going on with it. But yeah, transfer the kid over. I'll talk to him, and then I'll call his grandpa back as well.
All right. And did you want me to look up membership number or anything like that to see if he's up? I know you guys are.
You can try the cell phone number.
Yes, sir.
Anything on his phone number?
All right. Yep. Yeah, he's an active member. Hold on.
What kind of boat do you have on there? Same boat?
Yeah, he's one of your members. Yep, 22-foot Triton. All right. I'll just disregard this one. I'm gonna send you over an accurate one under this one. Okay. He's one of your members. You'll get in a couple minutes. Okay.
Okay, perfect. All right, and yeah, just transfer this kid over whenever you get a chance.
All right, transferring now. Thank you again, Captain.
All right.
Stay safe out there. It's crazy. Have a drink.
Oh, it's wild. All righty, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello? Hello? Are you there? I apologize. I will be disconnecting due to lack of response.
That's a real escalation in what's being claimed, and it means the complete absence of any authentication matters more here, not less. The more serious and specific a claim gets, especially one naming a real person, the higher the bar should be before it's repeated as fact, not the lower. So here's how we're going to handle this. We're not going to replay the disputed segment over and over or build a dramatic reveal around it. We've told you plainly what the claim is and where it stands. If a genuine audio forensics review or a law enforcement by anyone going to replay the disputed segment over and over or build a dramatic reveal around it. We've told you plainly what the claim is and where it's or rules out this interpretation. That's real news and we'll bring it to you the moment it happens. Until then, unconfirmed by anyone capable of confirming it, and that stays true no matter how many times it gets repeated online. Repetition further, not less. Everything else in this case involves someone's word against someone else's word. This segment doesn't. This is a machine that was running the entire time, logging position and speed automatically, with no opinion about what anyone needed to be true. Exactly right means not overstating it either. Here's what's already fully confirmed, and it's worth restating plainly because it's the foundation everything else sits on. The boat sat stationary at Horn Island until roughly 4:30 p.m. Then between 4:31 and 5:24 p.m., it moved, but barely. Somewhere between 0.06 and 4.2 knots. Over the course of nearly an hour, it covered about 2.7 miles. That's walking pace on open water for the better part of an hour. After 5:24, the boat picks up to a normal cruising speed, around 35 knots. And by 5:44...
All right, I'm going to slow this down because this sounds very, 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 very important. Because, see, they left the island and they were slowly... See, something happened on that boat, y'all. What y'all thinking? Like, whatever happened, it happened on that boat. I'm going to bag this up. Look at Nolan. That young man had a purpose.
Somewhere between 0.06 and 4.2 knots. Over the course of nearly an hour...
Listen to this, y'all. Listen to his narration on the boat's movement. They dumped his body. I think him and Bart got into it. When Bart came up with the other boat, or was okay. If y'all think Bart had something to do with it, y'all think Bart actually came up in the other boat, or he was already on that boat? Cause see, Warren is saying that Bart pulled up in another boat, and I don't know, like when they made that call. Cause see, when they made that call, they didn't. Bart would see. Let's just say if Bart pulled up in his boat to help them, there would have been no need for Warren. Was that Warren that made the call? Whoever made the call, I think it was Warren or whoever made that phone call to Cito, right? If Bart had pulled up in another boat to help them, there would be no reason for him to be on that call with Cito, because Bart was there to help them, right? So Bart had to already have been on that boat. I think it happened on the boat, and them kids panicking. The grandfather was the mastermind in the cover up. Yeah, absolutely. They called Grandpa Paul panicking. All of them played their part, and their job was to just get Nolan to the island and keep him away from his phone. For real. Whatever happened, happened on that boat. Because the thing about it is, listen, if that boat was having problems before they pulled off of Horn Island, because see, when they made the call to Cito, they was near Horn Island, but they wasn't on the island, right? Um, so what I think is that whatever happened, it happened on that boat. And whatever took place on that boat is the reason why the boat start acting up. You know what I'm saying? Because if the boat was acting up before they actually left Horn Island, why would you pull off in a boat that's sinking? Okay, if you don't care, why the fuck are you here? Goodbye. Getting irritated now because this shit is ridiculous. That they just won't be honest about what happened to this young man. I think they took him to a secluded part of the island and threw him over. Yeah. Cause see, it's more than one island on that. They said it's like 5 different islands, and then you heard the female on the recording say something about the other island. Did y'all hear that? Rough play, Nolan got hurt and died, and everyone panicked instead of telling the police. Wasn't no rough play. I don't believe it was no rough play. I think they were fighting. I think they were already docked at the island. Bart's boat was next to theirs. Bart came on that boat and confrontations happened, and we know the ending. Seemed like Nolan was forced to get on the boat from the first audio about the phone being taken, and then Nolan asking, "What are you doing?" Followed by something. Then he sounded like, Did one of the mods block that person? Thank you, mods. I be the seeing stuff and I just delete it. I know y'all on y'all job. I appreciate it. Let's listen to his narration of the movement, y'all.
Right, and exactly right means not overstating it either. Here's what's already fully confirmed, and it's worth restating plainly because it's the foundation everything else sits on. The boat sat stationary at Horn Island until roughly 4:30 p.m. Then, between 4:31 and 5:24 p.m., it moved, but barely. Somewhere between 0.06 and 4.2 knots. Over the course of nearly an hour, it covered about 2.7 miles. That's walking pace on open water for the better part of an hour. After 5:24, the boat picks up to a normal cruising speed, around 35 knots, and by 5:44 p.m. it's docked at El Camino Railroad. That much is not in dispute. It comes from GPS chart plotter data, pulled under law enforcement authorization, and no one on any side of this case has challenged its accuracy. Now here's where we have to slow down and be careful because a newer, more detailed version of this timeline is circulating, and it goes much further than what's been independently confirmed. The claim is specific, that after docking at 5:44, the boat left again at 5:52, headed into Fort Bayou, returned at 6:06, left a second time at 6:36, moved southwest toward St. Martin Bayou, then southeast, then north toward a different boat launch, arriving there at 7:19 p.m., and that at 7:47 p.m., it was pulled from the water and trailered overland to a private residence in Biloxi. If that sequence is accurate, it changes the shape of this entire evening. It's not one unexplained stop anymore. It's 4 additional legs of movement, spanning...
That's been my whole issue the whole time. Remember me telling y'all that? That's been my whole issue the whole time. They made all those stops on the boat that's allegedly had been sinking or had issues. They made all those stops. And all those places, wherever they went to, they had to be like, what are you doing? Listen to the stop, y'all.
Time at 6:36, moved south to firm, because a newer, more detailed version of this timeline is circulating, and it goes much further than what's been independently confirmed. The claim is specific, that after docking at 5:44, the boat left again at 5:52, headed into Fort Bayou, returned at 6:06, left a second time at 6:36, moved
Now think about it.
southwest towards...
This is supposed to be a boat that's having issues, but it's docking and going back out in the water, docking and going back out in the water, but the boat was having all these issues.
1 and 5:24 p.m., it moved, but barely. Some 30 because the right means not afternoon. That's what makes it the most important piece of this case to get exactly right, and exactly right means not overstating it either. Here's what's already fully confirmed, and it's worth restating plainly because it's the foundation everything else sits on. The boat sat stationary at Horn Island until roughly 4:30 p.m. Then, between 4:31 and 5:24 p.m., it moved, but barely, somewhere between 0.06 and 4.2 knots. Over the course of nearly an hour, it covered about 2.7 miles. That's walking pace on open water for the better part of an hour. After 5:24, the boat picks up to a normal cruising speed, around 35 knots, and by 5:44 p.m. it's docked at El Camino Real Road. That much is not in dispute. It comes from GPS chart plotter data, pulled under law enforcement authorization, and no one on any side of this case has challenged its accuracy. Now here's where we have to slow down and be careful because a newer, more detailed version of this timeline is circulating, and it goes much further than what's been independently confirmed. The claim is specific, that after docking at 5:44, the boat left again at 5:52, headed into Fort Bayou, returned at 6:06, left a second time at 6:36, moved southwest toward St. Martin Bayou, then southeast, then north toward a different boat launch, arriving there at 7:19 p.m., and that at 7:47 p.m., it was pulled from the water and trailered overland to a private residence in Biloxi. If that sequence is accurate, it changes the shape of this entire evening. It's not one unexplained stop anymore. It's 4 additional legs of movement, spanning nearly 2 more hours, before the boat was finally off the water and out of sight. All of it happening on the day a teenager went missing, hours before anyone reported him missing at all. But we have to say this next part clearly because it's the whole reason this segment exists. That level of detail is new. It's more specific than anything previously reported on this timeline, and specificity is not the same thing as verification. This sequence is described as coming from the same GPS download process that produced the earlier, already confirmed data. But the fuller timestamp sequence itself has not yet been independently checked against the actual MDMR file, and no neutral outlet has confirmed it point by point the way the earlier movement was confirmed. We're not saying it's wrong. We're saying it hasn't cleared the same bar the first part of this timeline already cleared, and until it does, it stays a claim to verify, not a new fact to build on. Here's why that distinction actually matters, and it's not a technicality. If we treat an unverified timestamp sequence with the same confidence as data that's already been independently confirmed, we're not protecting this case, we're weakening it. The confirmed 53-minute crawl from Horn Island is already one of the strongest, most legitimately unresolved questions in this entire investigation. It doesn't need to borrow credibility from a newer, unverified claim sitting next to it. It stands on its own. Let it. Now, what has actually been explained and where the explanation stops? Warren Hudson's account addresses one specific moment, a stop at Fort Bayou to replace a boat plug that had been pulled to drain water from the stern. That's a real explanation on the record, and it accounts for one leg of one trip. If the fuller sequence above turns out to be accurate once verified, it leaves multiple additional stops completely unaddressed by anything said publicly so far. We want to be precise about what that gap is and isn't. It is not proof of anything happening on that boat beyond what's already documented. It is a real, specific, and still open accounting gap. The difference between what's been explained on the record and what the fuller data, if confirmed, would actually show. Until either that sequence is independently verified or someone from the friend group addresses it directly, that gap stays exactly where it is. Open, documented, and unexplained. Not proof. Not nothing either. Not every development in this case comes with a press conference. This one didn't. No podium, no attorney standing beside her, no announcement timed for cameras. Christine Wells went to court this week and filed to be named administrator of her son's estate. Here's what that filing actually is, stated plainly, because it's important not to inflate it into...
Hold on. Hold on. I need to slow him all the way down. Got 9 more minutes on these. So she did what now?
Exactly where it is. Open, documented, and unexplained. Not proof. Not nothing either. Not every development in this case comes with a press conference. This one didn't. No podium, no attorney standing beside her, no announcement timed for cameras. Christine Wells went to court this week and filed to be named administrator of her son's estate. Here's what that filing actually is, stated plainly, because it's important not to inflate it into something it isn't. In Mississippi, as in most states, a probate or estate administrator filing is akin of someone who has died. It establishes legal standing to manage the deceased person's affairs, and it's required by the court system regardless of the circumstances of the death. This is not, by itself, a legal action against anyone. It doesn't imply new evidence, a new theory, or a new target. It's the ordinary mechanism by which a parent becomes legally recognized as the person responsible for their child's affairs after they're gone. We want to be exact about verification here too, because that's the standard we've held every other claim in this case to. Filings like this are public court record, which means this is something that can and should be independently confirmed through the relevant county court rather than taken solely on the word of whichever outlet first reported it. As of this recording, we're presenting this as reported. and if independent confirmation through the court record comes back either way, we'll say so directly rather than let this sit as an assumption. Here's why we're including it at all if it's this procedurally ordinary. Because of what it represents next to everything else in this case. A mother who has spent 3 weeks doing press conferences, giving interviews, correcting herself on camera, being asked in public whether people reached out to her. That same mother, quietly, without cameras, went and did the paperwork required to have any legal standing at all over her own son's remains and his affairs. Nobody handed that to her. The system required her to prove it on paper in front of a judge 6 days after she buried him. That's not a development in the investigation. It doesn't move the timeline forward, and it doesn't answer a single one of the open questions this case still has. But it's a real human data point about what the last 3 weeks have actually required of her. One procedural form at a time, one appearance at a time, while the report that might tell her how her son died sits in a file she isn't allowed to open yet. 22 days after a mother's son didn't come home, there is still no official cause of death. No official manner of death. Not even an official date of death. Sit with that for a second, because it's easy to let a phrase like undetermined slide past as bureaucratic language. It isn't. It means that as of right now, nobody, not the state, not an independent expert, not anyone, can tell Christine Wells how her son died, when he died, or whether another person caused it. That's not speculation. That's the preliminary conclusion of an independent autopsy, announced publicly this week, conducted by Dr. Roger Mitchell. Here's what's confirmed about this, and it deserves to be treated with real weight, because it's the strongest source category this case has produced so far. Dr. Mitchell is a named board-certified forensic pathologist, not an anonymous source, not a leaked document, not a claim from someone with a personal stake in the outcome. He was commissioned by the family to conduct an independent examination, and his preliminary findings were read publicly, with Ben Crump presenting them at the podium. The findings as presented: cause of death undetermined, manner of death undetermined, date of death unknown. Not one of those 3 questions unresolved, all 3. Position Mitchell's team says, limited how complete the forensic examination could be. That's a real material limitation, and it's worth naming honestly rather than glossing over. Some questions in this case may never
hear me. You can't hear the video? That is crazy. All by itself, the parents should know something by now. Can you hear me, Keep It Cute? Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me and just not the video. Can y'all hear me? Okay, so I dropped down for nothing. Okay, I'm back. Maybe Keep It Cute need to go out and come back in. All right, let me bring it back up, y'all. I thought it was me. Okay, thank y'all. All right, Keep It Cute to go out and come back in. She'll come back in. All right, let me push play.
And that's a genuine tragedy independent of anything else in this investigation. There's also a new specific physical finding attached to this report that hasn't been part of earlier coverage. A focal area of discoloration in the soft tissue at the back of Nolan's head. This is worth including and worth taking seriously because of who's reporting it, a named forensic pathologist documenting something he physically observed. That's meaningfully different from testimony from a screenshot, from an interpretation of background noise. But we have to be exactly as disciplined here as we've been with everything else in this case, maybe more so, because this is the point where it would be easiest to let a real finding get inflated into more than it actually says. A documented area of discoloration is a documented physical observation. It is not, on its own, a determination of cause of death. It is not a determination of manner of death. Dr. Mitchell's own report doesn't draw that conclusion. The report says undetermined across the board, in the very same findings that include this detail. We're not going to draw a conclusion his own report doesn't draw. That's not caution for its own sake. That's the whole reason his report is credible in the first place.
Creative folk. We ain't drawing no conclusion. The only conclusion we drawing is something ain't right. Something is definitely not, because the thing about it is when there's no foul play, when there's no foul play and no wrongdoing, there will be no lies, no contradictions. You know what I'm saying? And all we see here is lies and contradictions. So we may not be able to conclude who did it and how they did it or what they did, but we know something ain't right. Something ain't right. Because when you did nothing wrong, you don't lie. And there are no contradictions, like the truth don't change. The truth don't change. And listen, the truth doesn't involve a cover-up unless the truth is you did something to Nolan, period.
Doesn't overreach, and neither should we. One more detail circulating alongside this finding. The claim that Nolan could swim, which is often paired with the discoloration finding to suggest a specific narrative about how he entered the water. We want to flag this plainly. This claim doesn't have a clearly cited source in the material we've reviewed. Y'all
know where I think that discoloration into the back of the head came. Now, I don't know how. The thing about it is, being as though we don't know how he passed away, we don't know if he was strangled, we don't know if he was drowned, we don't know how he passed away. But one way when I think about that discoloration on the back of his neck, on the back of his head, you know what that coincides too with me is him falling. You know what? I'm gonna keep that to myself. I think the back of the head thing happened on the boat, and it came from either him falling down, or being pushed down, or him being pushed on the boat, and maybe his head. Because they're not saying that the discoloration on the back of the head is what caused his death, but they're not saying anything, right? But yeah, that back of the head thing for me, it ain't got nothing to do with no selling blood and all that. I think it happened on that boat. But let's continue to listen.
Doesn't mean it's false. It means it's currently an assertion, not a documented fact, and it shouldn't be treated as load-bearing for any larger theory until it's actually sourced. And here's the piece of context that has to sit alongside all of this, because without it, the picture is incomplete. There are 2 autopsies in this case, not one. The state medical examiner conducted their own examination on July 7th, 15 days before Dr. Mitchell's findings were made public. That report exists. Its findings have not been released.
Yep.
It's still pending toxicology, and per the DA's own public statement, it won't be released to anyone, not the family, not the public.
Because let me say this too. Damn, I hate when something hit my brain because I shouldn't say everything that comes up. But being as though his neck has been, we know his neck and his lungs have been withheld, right? As far as with the second autopsy. Now, it's 2 reasons why they would keep his neck and lungs from the independent autopsy, right? Well, throat. It's 2 reasons. The first reason is because reason would be they are trying to cover up something. The second reason would be they actually found something. This being Mississippi, they actually found something that needed further investigation, and they keeping it to do the further investigation. Now, let's talk about the 2 parts of the body that were kept. As far as the lungs are concerned, why would you keep his lungs? You would keep his lungs because if it's the notion is that he drowned, then water in his lungs would be expected. But I think they kept the lungs because there were no water. There was no water in the lungs. I think they kept the throat is because maybe Nolan was strangled. And in the process of being strangled, I'm going to just leave it right there. I don't know nothing about the stomach. See, I ain't heard nothing about the stomach. I heard about the lungs late, and I still ain't heard nothing about the stomach. I ain't heard that, but if you heard it, okay, I ain't heard nothing about the stomach. But I think that they kept, I think that, and I'm hopeful, right? I'm praying, right? That the reason why they kept those body parts is because they found something and they are further investigating and not kept it to cover up what happened to Nolan. Because see, even though we know Mississippi is who Mississippi is, we know that there's corruption in the state of Mississippi and other places around the world. Okay. I'm still praying and I'm hoping and I have faith that these people are going to do the right thing. As far as the officials, I ain't talking about, the friends and the family members and all that. I'm talking about as far as this investigation is concerned. I'm still willing to give the state of Mississippi the benefit of the doubt. I still have faith. And I'm hoping, wishing, and praying that they didn't keep these parts of this young man's body to cover it up, but to actually find out what really happened. Let's listen.
Until a grand jury reviews it. So here's where this actually stands, stated as plainly as we can. One named forensic pathologist has documented a real physical finding and reached the same conclusion officials have offered for 3 weeks, undetermined. A second official autopsy exists, and nobody outside a small circle of investigators knows what it says. 2 examinations. 1 partial public answer that raises a real question without resolving it. 1 complete answer, sitting in a file nobody outside the investigation has been allowed to open. That gap, between what's been found and what's been shared, is not a technicality either. It's the actual current shape of what this family is living inside of. And it's exactly why the next segment about a quiet filing Christine made in court this week matters more than it might look like on the surface. One more thread worth a quick mention. Governor Tate Reeves has now said 2 different things about this case. First, restrained comments deferring to local officials. Then, in a statement to Fox News Digital, he went further, saying Ben Crump and Al Sharpton bear responsibility for the threats surrounding this case. Outlets disagree on his exact wording: personal gain in some reports, political gain in others, worth flagging, not resolving. Here's what matters most. The FBI's threat investigation is real and confirmed, targeting officials, witnesses, and Christine Wells herself. But nothing in that investigation and no law enforcement statement has actually linked Crump or Sharpton to those threats. That's a real gap between what the governor said and what's been documented. Neither man has responded publicly yet. Briefly, one more open process worth tracking. Judge Ashley Cole, mother of Warren Hudson, publicly defended her son while explicitly identifying herself as a sitting judge. A real conflict under judicial ethics rules, regardless of whether anything she said was accurate.
She ready to retire or throw her career away. She's putting her career on the line. She got to be tired. Like, she got to be ready to give it all up. Because you heard what he just said. She violated. She violated and still violating. This woman is all on social media and comment sections. I do believe she's the one that reached out to Tatum. I think he was strangled too. Choked or strangled. Choked or strangled. And maybe fell back and hit his head or something. I don't know. But I do believe that throat being held back was for a reason. Nolan was 19, I think, 18 or 19. He was young, very young. Yeah.
A formal petition is now with Mississippi's Commission on Judicial Performance, asking them to determine whether the...
Oh, yeah, let me rewind that so y'all can hear what she's violated. She violated. She ready to give it all up. She had no business. And that grandpa Paul, who probably 8 or 90 years old, still covering for his kids and grandkids. He done put himself in hot shit too. It's a lot. You know, when it all boils down to it, there's a lot of them. Everybody may not, be punished, but it's clear cut evidence out there that a lot of people are participating in this cover up, in my opinion. And it is a cover up. Because when you did nothing wrong, there's no reason for it to be all these discrepancies. It's just no reason. Mississippi does not deserve the benefit of the doubt because ain't no doubt that no one's there. Yeah. Yeah, sad to say the state is corrupt and racist. Why you keep listen? When somebody keep repeating something over and over again, that irritates me. It really irritates me. I get it. Yeah, and you know what? I take that back. 384. Mentioning that is this. It kind of adds to what I'm saying. I can truly say that maybe whoever did this, aka Bart, maybe allegedly, maybe it was a drunken brawl. Maybe it was a drunken brawl, and he didn't mean to kill Nolan. One of my favorite movies is Con Air. For those that seen the movie, at the beginning of the movie, Nicolas Cage is a Marine. He has a pretty little wife. I think her name was damn, I can't remember her name. She was a pretty little white girl. He goes out to boot camp. He becomes a Marine. He comes home on leave. He's a Marine now. He comes home. She works in a bar. It's this guy that been Trisha or Trish or something like that. But she works in the bar, and it's this group of guys, right? Because there's this one guy that's been trying to get with her, and she's been ignoring him because she's with Nicolas Cage. She's married to him. And when he come home on leave and he goes up to the bar to surprise her, then he gets into it with this guy. Now the guy was drunk. Nicolas Cage wasn't drunk. The guy was drunk. And they go out, Nicolas Cage and his woman are leaving the bar, and the guy comes up and they get in a fight. The guy is drunk, Nicolas Cage is not. They got into a fight. Nicolas Cage hit him the wrong way. And the dude ended up dying. Nicolas Cage is charged with murder and sent out to prison because he's a Marine. And being a Marine, he's considered to be, I don't know if he's, like boxers, maybe his hands were considered to be on. I don't know. But I do know he ended up, going to prison. I love Con Air, Tanya. I love it. I said all that to say this. There was a fight, a drunken brawl, even though Nicolas Cage wasn't drunk. But the dude was drunk. And the dude fucked with him. He picked with him. He picked the fight. But being as though Nicolas Cage hit him in defense of himself, he was defending himself, but he hit dude, and dude ended up passing away. Nicolas Cage went to prison for that. See, that could have been a drunken brawl, y'all. They were all drunk. And I'm not going to sit up here and say just because people try to use it against Nolan. Do I believe Nolan was drinking too as well? Yes. Can I honestly say Nolan was drunk? I can't say that. But do I feel like Nolan was out there with all his friends and everybody drinking and he wasn't drinking? I'm not going to say that neither. I'm not going to say that neither. But we know that, but you can tell by even the phone call that they intoxicated, especially the one that made the call. This could have been an accident. It could have been an accident. But the cover-up, see, like I said, a lot of times it's not about the action, it's the aftermath, right? It's how you handle a situation after. Y'all give me just 1 second. I gotta take this call. I've been waiting on it all day. I'll be right back. I'm back, y'all. I apologize. Thank y'all for sticking around. I apologize. Let me see what y'all saying. Yeah, y'all, Con Air. I don't know if y'all seen that movie or not, but that's one of my favorite movies. But that puts me, sure, I believe Nolan was drinking with his friends. Yeah, I'm not gonna, it's more likely than not that he was drinking with his friends. Come on now, he was at the beach, on the island, 4th of July. Come on. He was at the pool party, that Saturday before, and they was drinking at the pool party. Was he drinking at the pool party? Probably. I don't drink, but if I did, I would be so afraid to drink in public because it distorts yourself. And yeah, a lot of people feel that way. A lot of people won't drink in public. They'll drink at home. If it were an accident and there's no need to cover up, they just add them on. Yeah, keep it cute. I feel Nolan was drinking too. I bet it could have been an accident, but as soon as the cover up of information starts, it becomes a crime. 384, it becomes a crime. And that's the thing. Like, if it was an accident, why cover it up? It was an accident. But being as though the accident could have happened in a fight, by him fighting with somebody, I don't know. These are teenagers. You know what I'm saying? Young adults. Ain't thinking. Y'all know 18, 19 years old. Whether he was drinking or not, he didn't. He sure didn't. He sure didn't. I don't care if he was pissy drunk. He didn't deserve it. They may have gotten into a fight. Nolan fell, hit the back of his head. But it's what you do afterwards. These parents are involved in this cover up because none of them children were of drinking age. Yeah. Yes, that's a good movie. Yeah. The John Singleton movie Shaft was about a white dude killing a black dude, and the white dude pops was a senator who organized the cover up. Yup, drunken now, he still ended up dead. How old are you allowed to drink? I'm pretty sure 21 is the legal drinking age in any state. I haven't heard any different. I've never known any different. I think it's 21 across the board. I think it's easy to everyone was drinking, but some people have control. He was an athlete and knows what alcohol can do. Everyone out on boats was not drinking. Just saying. Oh, I ain't saying everybody was drinking. I'm speaking specifically about Nolan. Do I think he was drinking and having a good time with his friends? More likely than not, but we just don't know for sure. But the toxicology would tell it. Whenever they choose to release it, it'll tell it.
Sharp into those threats. That's a real gap between what the governor said and what's been documented. Neither man has responded publicly yet. Briefly, one more open process worth tracking. Judge Ashley Cole, mother of Warren Hudson, publicly defended her son while explicitly identifying herself as a sitting judge. A real conflict under judicial ethics rules, regardless of whether anything she said was accurate. A formal petition is now with Mississippi's Commission on Judicial Performance, asking them to determine whether that crossed a line. That's a legitimate, serious process, and it's now in the hands of the only body with actual authority to decide it. But it's worth saying plainly, whatever the commission decides about Judge Cole has nothing to do with what happened to Nolan Wells. One is a question about a judge's public conduct. The other is still completely open. Keep them separate. So here's where this actually stands tonight. An audio claim nobody with real access to that recording has confirmed. A GPS timeline that might be 4 unexplained stops instead of 1, if the fuller version holds up. A pathologist who found something real and still can't tell a mother how her son died. And underneath all of it, a state autopsy report that's already been sitting completed and sealed for over 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Here's what happens next, and this part isn't speculation. These are dates and processes already in motion. A grand jury is going to see that sealed report before anyone else does. Nobody has said when. The Commission on Judicial Performance now has an open petition on its desk with a sitting judge's name on it. Nobody has said when they'll rule. And somewhere, right now, there either is or isn't a forensic audio analysis capable of finally putting a real answer on that recording instead of a guess. Every one of those is a door that's already been opened.
Amazing. I don't listen. See, we have to remember, Amazing, even though the state is investigating, allegedly, the family have their own investigation going on. So my thing is this, and I've said this before. I think I said it maybe last week sometimes. When two separate agencies or entities are investigating a crime or a potential crime, there can only be one outcome because the truth don't change. And the truth can be manipulated, but that'll be a lie, right? So what I'm saying is this: if the state does its investigation correctly, and the state and the independent investigators, these reports have to coincide. And we know that if the reports don't coincide or they don't, that they're not the same, then it's a cover up. Somebody's lying. And see, that's what makes this particular case so complicated. We're waiting on things from the state and also waiting on things. And see, that, to be honest, amazing. That independent autopsy for me was a big disappointment. And the reason why it was a big disappointment is because we got nothing. We got nothing. And the only thing it did was cause more questions than answers. Now, the report that has what we're looking for is that state report, because they were the first ones to do an autopsy on the body. They had all the body parts. They had everything they needed. And that needs to be released. But they're saying it's not going to be released until after the grand jury has been convened, which who knows when that's going to be. You know what I'm saying? So, do I think the state's evidence or the state's reports are going to be truthful? I don't know. The law down in Mississippi is dragging their feet to silence. Yeah, but that's the thing, though, amazing. He shouldn't have never came out. He should be in the same position as the state and just not said anything, because he only caused more chaos. None
of them has closed yet. When one of them does, whichever one moves first, that's the video we're making next, and it's going to change what we can put in the confirmed column for the first time in weeks. We don't know which one breaks first. Neither does anyone else outside a very small room.
It was a good video, I think.
That's not a hook.
Let's go to our trusted Law and Crime Network, y'all. Let's go to them.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person, a living individual
And if
on
y'all
the boat?
notice, and I know y'all have, y'all notice that all these videos that we're covering today is talking about this audio. And I'm getting different points of view about the audio, which is all pretty much the same, but it's different perspectives. And the audio was the big thing that broke over the weekend. So basically this whole, playlist is focusing. Now, there's some other videos in here that's talking about some other stuff, but the majority of them are talking about this audio. I think so too. I think they are involved. I think they've been involved for a minute now. As a matter of fact, the FBI don't talk. Hell, I'm telling you something about the FBI. You think the state ain't talking? Hell, the FBI don't say shit. The FBI don't say shit till they show up to arrest your ass, because they don't come to play. You know what I'm saying? When the FBI, now they the one agency you ain't got to never worry about. Now they put out what they want to put out. They will put out what they want to put out. But they don't do no talking. They all about by the time you hear or see anything from them, motherfuckers are in cuffs. Yeah, you got to go. Yeah, you got to go. You got limited education. Like, I can't do all that. We're not over here for all that. All of us are upset, but it's a way, you know what I'm saying? It's a way to put a comment in and express how you feeling. All that retard and crackers and all that, man, ain't nobody got time for that ignorance. Find you somewhere else to be, dude. Goodbye. Anywho, y'all, let's listen to our people at crime. This is sidebar, y'all.
New audio recording from the Nolan Wells case captures the chaos on the water the day the 18-year-old disappeared off Mississippi's Horn Island. And now we're hearing the frantic distress call. The United Cajun Navy is also firing back at attorney Ben Crump over a major claim. And also there's this decision by prosecutors to keep a key piece of evidence under wraps for now that is telling a lot about where this investigation may go. I'm going to break down every new development in this story. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, we're back with a lot more that's happened since we last updated you on the case of Nolan Wells. I think the last time we updated you was when the results of that independent autopsy were released, which, by the way, came out. They couldn't rule out foul play, so it leaves Nolan's family still demanding answers. There's still, of course, the state medical examination and the toxicology reports and what will come of that. But now what do we have? We have new audio that has been released by the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources, and it is giving us a glimpse into some of the chaos that was occurring on the water on that fateful July 4th day. One of the first pieces of audio that we're hearing from that day captures what appears to be the frantic moments as a boat that Nolan had potentially been on that day that was connected to this group began taking on water. And we've got the full call. We're going to unpack it for you, but first, just listen to this.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come?
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down there.
So that's what I've been talking about. That is the sound of what appears to be panic as the boat was taking on water. But there is one thing Nolan was happening. Was he on the boat? Was he already off the island? We don't know. It's one of the many gaps that we're still trying to piece together in the timeline. And what we're hearing is just one piece of this overarching puzzle. Nolan's friends are talking now. We're going to tell you what they said in these interviews. The United Cajun Navy, that was part of the search efforts for Nolan, they are firing back at attorney Ben Crump, who's representing Nolan Wells' family right now. They are disputing a key detail and making a shocking claim about what they've actually discussed, or rather, what they haven't discussed. The DA, the district attorney, is planning a move that's going to change when we'll get a look at the results of the state's autopsy. So a lot is happening. I want to get into it all. But first, let me just make sure everybody's on the same page with this if you haven't been following the case from the beginning. So we're talking about 18-year-old Nolan Wells. He was from Ocean Spring, Mississippi. He was a college student, football player. On the 4th of July, he went with a group of friends to Horn Island. It's a barrier island off the Mississippi coast. It's really isolated. There's no like commercial developments or anything like that. Going there to celebrate. At some point, he disappeared. He was reported missing that night. A massive search was launched. And then 2 days later, on July 6th, his body was found on the island. But what happened to him? That remains the central question. That remains a question that nobody, at least publicly, can seem to answer or has answered. The results of the family's independent autopsy listed Nolan's cause and manner of death as undetermined. And remember, the family seemingly being distrustful of law enforcement or suspicious or maybe critical that the first impressions of what happened to Nolan were there were no signs of foul play, this seemed to be accidental drowning. They seemed to want more answers or a second opinion, so they hired Ben Crump. They ordered an independent autopsy. And this pathologist found that pieces of Nolan's body, we're talking portions of his neck, throat, had been removed by the state medical examiner, because the state medical examiner did the first autopsy. Again, we don't have the results. So it'd been removed by the state medical examiner before this second autopsy could be done. So this second pathologist couldn't determine whether there was in fact injury or trauma to the neck. And that leaves many questions still on the table. It raises a question, if the state ME is doing further testing of those components, can the state ME definitively conclude there was trauma, that this was drowning accidental or not? Maybe it's tough to say if it's accidental or not, given those watery conditions. And then there's that red discoloration in the back of the head, which we talked about last time. According to medical experts I spoke to, it could be from decomposition. It could be a blunt injury before death, because when I spoke with Dr. Nada Rutherford, she said that the body doesn't bruise like that after death. But let's start unpacking now what we're now learning.
Did y'all hear what he just said? He said the body doesn't bruise like that after death.
It's tough to say if it's accidental or not, given those watery conditions. And then there's that red discoloration in the back of the head, which we talked about last time. According to medical experts I spoke to, it could be from decomposition. It could be a blunt injury before death, because when I spoke with Dr. Nada Rutherford, she said
a blunt injury before death, because the body don't bruise like that after death. Wow.
In the back of the head, which we talked about last time. According to medical experts I spoke to, it could be from decomposition. It could be a blunt injury before death, because when I spoke with Dr. Nada Rutherford, she said that the body doesn't bruise like that after death. But let's start unpacking now what we're now learning. What's new? So the Mississippi Department of Resources released a recording of a distress call made on July 4th from a boat near Horn Island, which we believe Nolan was on at some point during that day. We don't know for sure who made this call, but it does offer us a look into what was unfolding out there on the water that day, including the boat sinking, the kids panicking, and again, where is Nolan? Now, before I play this audio, just something to keep in mind. I first saw this from TMZ, Charles Peltier, basically said that there's a conversation happening online that in this audio, in the background, you can possibly, arguably hear, is he dead? Nolan, oh my God. Very difficult to make out. I leave it to you. Let me just play this. I don't know if it's gonna be part of a conversation, but here you go.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you? And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How
on
many?
board.
All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
All right. All right. Do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Let me go look. 46.
Let me tell you something.
72.
Let me say this because I keep listening to that part, and I've been wanting to say something about that part, and I haven't said it. And we don't listen to this damn recording 1,000 times. I think I heard it in my sleep last night when I went to sleep. If I'm sinking, if I'm saying me and my friends is out here and we sinking like the motherfucking Titanic, and I'm calling for help, and the lady asking me, I don't know. Yeah, send me the Coast Guard. Yeah, send the Coast Guard. Send a tow. Send whoever could get here first. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I would have said no. I think I would have said yes. Send me the motherfucking Coast Guard. We sinking. We going down. Send whoever could get here first. Maybe they calling Nolan's name to get on the boat, and no, I would not ask for the Coast Guard when. Oh, I got a constant crook in my neck just from the idiots that come in my chat. I really do.
All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
Jesus, right.
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
All right. All right. Do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Let me go look. 46.72. Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684. North. And then
all right. How many adults and children on board?
No, there's no children.
So is there anybody on board? How many adults, sir? That was the question.
Jump in and pull the plug while you're going.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yep, I just need you to answer these questions so I can get you over to the captain.
Okay,
How many
what's
adults
going
on board?
There's 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody
right.
here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Yes, there's lots of people breathing on the boat.
All right, how many people, sir?
Like 7.
The dispatcher.
Maybe they didn't want the Coast Guard because Nolan was on that boat and Nolan was unalive on that boat, and the Coast Guard is the motherfucking police. Ain't had nothing to do with no drinking here because they could have threw bottles and shit in the water and got rid of evidence of drinking. It was way bigger than that. The reason why they didn't want the motherfucking Coast Guard, they didn't want the motherfucking Coast Guard because allegedly, potentially, maybe Nolan's body was still on that damn boat. And see, with somebody just coming to tow, they can say, oh, he just sleep, he drunk, he just passed out. But if the motherfucking Coast Guard comes, you ain't gonna be able to just say that. That's my thoughts and opinions.
Then transfers the call to a captain.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just actually got off the phone with his grandpa, who I'm guessing is the owner of the boat. And he said,
okay.
I just hung up with him. He said that they don't need any help right now, but if something changes, he'll call me back. So I'm guessing that they may have figured it out because that's what he said. So they're in a panic and their boat won't crank.
Now, as I said before, we don't exactly know where Nolan was at this point. But according to reporting from
Where I think Nolan was at this point, and this, I promise y'all, this is just my opinion. And please, I don't want nobody saying, "Oh, you coming up with conclusions. You don't know. There's not evidence." I'm gonna adamantly say, and I'm gonna stand on it until something else comes out. You know, like the truth. I'm going to adamantly say I believe Nolan was on that boat when they made this distress call. I do believe Nolan left that island with them. I do believe that maybe potentially Nolan was in that boat when they docked. The reason why we don't see that video of when they went back to I'm so upset. We got footage. Tatum bootlicking ass put footage out of them leaving that dock, but not them coming back. And it's a reason for it, damn it. I stand on it. Nolan was on that boat when this call was made. It's a reason why they docked, they left, they docked, they left, and they docked again. I believe it, y'all. Now, how they was able to get back out there and put his body back out there, I don't know. Maybe people are not focusing on, because they would have had to do that either Sunday or Monday, because they couldn't find him Sunday. But I don't know. I just, in my spirit, in my gut, I believe Nolan was on that boat. I believe he was on that boat. I believe he left that island with them. And something happened on that boat. And guess what? Let me tell you how. Let me tell you how the Caucasian persuasion works. And I got to put this out there because I can't just leave y'all with, I don't know how he got back out there, because I do have a thought on how he got back out there. Let's talk about it. Nolan could have ended up back down the island, not by ways of a boat that Pawpaw and them own. Because at this point, Pawpaw and them know that their shit is at the forefront. Their shit is under the spotlight, right? But imagine how many friends they got boats. Imagine how many people Pawpaw and them know they got boats. Nolan body could have been taken back out there to that island by somebody who ain't even on the radar. I think when they went out there Sunday, Nolan went out there. But Nolan was placed out there afterwards. Right, Gordon. I'm going to push play, y'all. This is so sad because all these people had to do was tell the truth. All they got to do is tell the truth. But telling the truth is too much like right. Telling the truth is too much like right. They ain't going to do that. They going to fight. They going to lie to the end, baby. They going to lie to the end.
This distress call was made around 4 p.m. And according to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office and other accounts that we've heard, Nolan was apparently last seen around 3 p.m. So it places this call at just about an hour after someone would have last had eyes on him. But I want to talk about what happened since that press conference, because if you watched our previous episode, you might remember that we talked about this moment, this big detail that attorney Ben Crum shared about how Nolan was found.
The United Cajun Navy are so forthcoming. The fact that they told us, we haven't heard from any of their local officials, that Nolan was found face down, fully clothed. Well, that's significant to us because the last time we saw him on the videos, he was without a shirt. So at what point did he put on a shirt? Somebody saw something. Somebody knows something. There were almost 300, 400 people. Somebody knows something.
Major moment, because if it's connected to it, if you remember that piece of video that surfaced just days before the press conference, right? This video, which TMZ obtained and published, was recorded on July 4th at 2:23 p.m., so a little under 40 minutes before Nolan was last seen, appears to show an individual, a man. There's an argument that that could be Nolan wearing blue swim trunks and shirtless. And we remember there was a photo of Nolan Wells that had been circulated from that day wearing those trunks with his friends. So Crump was raising the question of whether anyone saw anything in between when he was without a shirt, like here, if this is him, and allegedly when he claims he was later fully clothed. Here's the problem. The problem is that the United Cajun Navy says they never told Crump he was fully clothed. And they're firing back at his initial claim. They're now coming for him. On July 26th, they wrote on X, did Attorney Crump lie about UCN? Yes. He said UCN told us Nolan was fully clothed. Not true. We have never spoken with Crump, and we certainly didn't tell the parents anything like that. Now, here's where it gets a little confusing because this fully clothed claim doesn't actually originate with Ben Crump. No, the president of the United Cajun Navy, Todd Terrell, was on a July 20th episode of Crime Stories with Nancy Grace and said yes to a question about Nolan being fully clothed.
Sure
but Terrell seemingly later corrected himself, saying Nolan was clothed, meaning he wasn't naked. He was wearing swim trunks, and that, yes, he should have been clearer. So the Cajun Navy mentioned that in this X post, writing, quote, did the UCN president get taken out of context during an interview? Yes. His definition of fully clothed meant not being naked, wearing swim trunks. It doesn't matter what anybody else thought it meant. It only matters what Todd meant because he said it. The bottom line,
you made a mistake. You misquoted. He called you out on it. So just stop it. Stop crying about it. You made a mistake and say he was fully clothed. When somebody is fully clothed, common sense says they got on a shirt and they got on bottoms. That's fully clothed. You said yes to him being fully clothed when you should have said no, he was not fully clothed. He had on shorts. Simple mistake. You made a mistake. You fucked up on it. And he called you out on it. Y'all can't wait to get on Crump. Y'all be mad at Crump. Because Crump be getting y'all ass down. Y'all be ready to go in on Crump, but with praise. Oh, bootlick over there. Get the fuck out of here. But you all right.
Is that Nolan was wearing only swim trunks when found. That's a fact that can't be refuted. This is a manufactured distraction to divert attention from this.
Oh, now you gotta go, bitch.
So that's the dispute with the United Cajun Navy. But now I want to talk about the key figures in this case who are now speaking out.
Take your ass on over to somewhere else. Now I'm sick of you motherfuckers. I've been patient. Keep it cute. I'm trying to keep it cute, sis. I'm trying to keep it cute. He was okay till he came back with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I said what the fuck I said. Y'all got to stick up y'all ass about Crump. I don't agree with the milk dud head having ass nigga all the time neither. But y'all be really in y'all feet because he be getting y'all asses done. He be getting y'all asses. Y'all can't stand it. Now get the hell on now.
Nolan's purported friends. They sat down for lengthy interviews with conservative commentator Brandon Tatum.
I'm trying, Ms. Lynn. I know you.
What they're saying is adding even more layers to all this. So, for example, first up, Trayston Shepard, described as one of Nolan's best friends. However, there's been some commentary that Nolan's family has maybe publicly disputed this. But here's what he spoke about with Officer Tatum. So he spoke about the moment that he learned that Nolan's body had been found, saying, quote, I was putting fuel in our boat at 6. I got told that they were taking out another boat to Chandelier at 7. So I put my boat back on the lift and I went to McDonald's, and then I got the news after I left McDonald's that his body was found. He says he had nothing to do with Nolan's death and that he has been living with guilt ever since, saying, quote, I beat myself up every night I lay down, beat myself up anytime it crosses my mind, because in my head, if I wasn't drinking, if I didn't get into that altercation, apparently there was an altercation that day, not involving Nolan, but involving him, maybe I would be able to do something. Maybe I would have told Nolan, hey man, you're not going with that girl, just come back with us. Maybe it just plays out different. So yes, he's talking about this altercation.
You know what I think they're trying to do? Put it on Katie Neal. Not Katie Neal, but Katie. Because I think they're trying to say that, you know, Nolan stayed back with Katie and something happened to Nolan while he was with Katie. But ain't nobody really going with that, huh? Ain't nobody really going with that because now I haven't talked too much about the correspondences and the things that's been put out, you know, about Katie, because that's a whole nother scenario. We're going to talk about at a later date. You said what? Keep it cute. What you talking about? Because you know I be saying stuff and I don't. Yo, we're gonna talk about Katie. Mm-hmm. But see, yeah.
That he says happened on the island, this apparent fight with a stranger that got so intense that he claims his uncle made him get back on the boat and leave. And regarding the girl comment, that's interesting because this is what he says was the last thing he told me. I wasn't drinking. If I didn't get into that altercation, apparently there was an altercation that day, not involving Nolan, but involving him. Maybe I would be able to do something. Maybe it plays out different. So yes, he's talking about this altercation that he says happened on the island, this apparent fight with a stranger that got so intense that he claims his uncle made him get back on the boat and leave. And regarding the girl comment, that's interesting because this is what he says was the last thing he told Nolan that day. Quote, all right, buddy, I love you. See you later. I'm glad I said it. I'd been under the influence a little bit, and that's probably why I did say it at the time. Just, you know, getting all lovey-dovey, but I'm at peace. I said it. Another friend, Warren Hudson, also spoke out, was interviewed, talked about the phone, the keys, the night everything unraveled. According to Hudson, they were in an emergency situation. They needed to leave quickly, which is why they wanted to get Nolan on board. And he said, quote, Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. Now, this whole back and forth about whether Nolan stayed on the island to talk to a girl, Nolan's family has indicated from the very beginning it would be very unlike him to leave his friends. And this is of note, too.
And think about it. Nolan could have initially denied getting on the boat. Hold on, y'all. What I wanted to say is this: Nolan could have not. Nolan could have been hesitant about getting on that boat because Nolan probably it probably had been something going on before they even got on the boat. Now, Nolan could have been hesitant about getting on the boat, but eventually did get on the boat. Because we know, according to that phone call, Nolan had to be on that boat. And Nolan was on that boat when they made that phone call. I'm convinced of that. But what I'm saying is this. Yeah, people could have heard him and seen him saying, Nolan, get on the boat, yelling for Nolan to get on the boat. And what I'm saying is this. It could have been another reason other than Katie, who allegedly was gone. They said Katie got on the boat and was out of there. It could have been another reason other than Katie that Nolan was hesitant about getting on that boat. That's all I'm gonna say about that. It could have been, people are focusing on the fact that Nolan decided to stay back because of a girl, and it probably didn't even have nothing to do with a girl. It probably that he didn't want to get on that boat with them because maybe, just maybe, something had already been brewing. Who the fuck is Jamil? Mary, are you in the right chat? I think, we're talking about Nolan was drunk. I think people come on YouTube drunk as hell. I'm sorry, I'm pushing play.
Nolan's mom, Christine Wonsley, said in a prior interview with the Griot, this is weeks back, that this young lady that Nolan was apparently talking to contacted her. She said in the interview, quote, she did reach out to me initially just saying basically like it was a hey and bye type of show. This is a girl staying out here. Now, this whole back and forth about whether Nolan stayed on the island, Nolan said it. Another friend, Warren Hudson, also spoke out, was interviewed, talked about the phone, the keys, the night everything unraveled. According to Hudson, they were in an emergency situation. They needed to leave quickly, which is why they wanted to get Nolan on board. And he said, quote, Nolan, get the F on the boat, get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. Now, this whole back and forth about whether Nolan stayed on the island to talk to a girl, Nolan's family has indicated from the very beginning it would be very unlike him to leave his friends. And this is of note, too. According to People, Nolan's mom, Christine Wonsley, said in a prior interview with the Griot, this is weeks back, that this young lady that Nolan was apparently talking to contacted her. She said in the interview, quote, she did reach out to me initially just saying basically like it was a hey and bye type situation. So it's not entirely clear. Did he follow this girl? How long were they together? How long were they talking? And look, one of the biggest outliers in all of this, why people have a lot of questions is no matter what happened to Nolan, no one saw anything. No one saw him drowning, if that's the case. Now, look, we don't know exactly what's being told to law enforcement, what's being told to Ben Crump and his team, but that's a big question. So here's where the phone comes in, okay? So Nolan's family has raised concerns about content being deleted. And remember, the phone was left behind on the boat. Apparently. The family has indicated they used a Life 360 app to locate Nolan's phone, and they got custody of it from his friends. But they also said that they found it strange that he would leave the phone behind if he was planning to stay on the island. But Hudson said this, quote, there was no reason for us to get on Nolan's phone. No one touched Nolan's phone. No one even was in contact with his phone until it was moved from the boat to the truck. And none of us have access to Nolan's password to get on his phone and delete anything. We had no reason to delete anything. There's nothing to hide here. And there's been a conversation about maybe he wouldn't take his phone because you're entering at the salt water. Maybe that's common when you're boating. Now, Hudson also clarified the timeline because the last time he claims he saw Nolan was around 3 p.m. on July 4th. And he claims he saw Nolan in the water with a girl. Said, quote, I looked at Nolan and Nolan was like shaking his head laughing. And I was like, dude, you crazy. Now, both Shepard and Hudson denied having anything to do with Nolan's death, okay? But now I want to talk about another update, major update that's impacting the investigation itself. Just last week, the DA, the district attorney, Angel Myers-McIlrath, made an announcement confirming the state's official autopsy report. It's being weighed. It won't be released to the public until a grand jury reviews it. That's significant. Grand jury being impaneled to determine if criminal charges are warranted. And the DA made this clear when speaking with WLOX, saying, quote, every death in the county, except those of natural causes and non-criminal car wrecks, is presented to your grand jury. Many people don't know that we have handled death investigations in this manner my entire career. She also said her office is handling the investigation the same way as all others, telling WLOX the pressure for answers does not change what the work requires. Our responsibility to Nolan and our community is to complete this investigation thoroughly and carefully, without compromise, supported by the evidence and worthy of the confidence of the people we serve. Our restraint in communicating facts and evidence is not an effort to keep the truth from the public. It is an effort to protect the integrity of this investigation and the grand jury proceeding. And that would make sense, because if you have information out there, will it affect other witnesses' accounts, witness testimony? Could they change the narrative at all? Could it affect potential grand jurors being impaneled? You want to keep everything as buttoned up as possible while this is an ongoing investigation. Now, she also addressed the flood of misinformation that has been swirling online, saying, quote, if we sacrifice the integrity of the process in an effort to satisfy today's questions, we risk undermining confidence in tomorrow's answers. Here's the thing. DA says this is standard procedure. Nolan's family has been frustrated by the lack of transparency from the very beginning. They've called on local officials to be more forthcoming. They've made it clear they don't trust the investigation is being handled maybe properly. And as for when that grand jury will convene, the DA hasn't said. So for now, we're waiting to see what happens next. We've been on top of this from the very beginning. We will continue to stay on top of it to see that this family gets the answers that they need. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe.
All right, shout out to Sidebar. Let's see what we got time-wise. Oh, God. We almost at 4 hours. Let me see what we got. Ooh, child, this is a lot. Ooh, okay, what is this? All right, so this is going to be the last one for today because I want to see what Tatum. Now, y'all, I have to, we still got a lot on this damn playlist. But I'm going to have to go and delete some stuff so we can get through it. But at some point between today and Friday, or maybe even the weekend, I don't know, we are going to sit and we are going to listen to that full interview. And when I say full, I mean Tatum has taken that interview and broken it up, right? The interview with Warren and also the interview with the other young man. But he has the full interview all in one video with both guys. And I want to sit and listen to it in its entirety and point out the lies, point out certain stuff. Not necessarily lies, whatever. We're going to talk about it. And we're going to focus just on that interview. And the reason why I wanted to do it at the end of all of these updates is because hindsight is 2020. Y'all know how I feel about that. So just stay tuned for that. We are going to break down that entire interview with both of those guys after we listen to all this other stuff. But it's a lot. But I'm gonna go through and filter some stuff out. But the last one for today is going to be Officer Tatum talking about the audio. And I'm sure he's going to manipulate some shit, but we here for it.
Detail assistant, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
So, let's listen.
All right, of course. How far is the word coming up, sir?
No, we do not need that.
All right.
No, we need that.
Why is the smartest and most brilliant amongst us putting out garbage like this? I listen to it. Y'all listen to it. Ain't nobody talking about did you kill him and all this other stuff. Before we get back to the show, I want to tell you guys about Shenergy. If you're tired of energy drinks that spike you up, on the conversation that they said had witness test and try it for yourself. Better energy, better rest, better rhythm. Based on the knowledge that I have, the witness testimony, and also looking into it myself, is that
the knowledge you have is a rehearsed, coerced, motherfucking bullshit ass storyline. It's crap, Tatum. They set you up, you dumb nut. They set you up, bitch. You have been set up. They set you up to do these interviews with these guys. They were coached. They were coached. And they use you, the token black. That's what the token black is for. He is to be used in the white man's game. They sat on your couch, and we've been pointing it out for days. Other channels been pointing it out for days. Warren specifically, because I hadn't heard the other young man. I have not. I'm listening to him in real time with my people. But Warren, liar. They set you up, you dumb. You got to be the dumbest. And now you're going to sit up here and you're going to try to manipulate this whole audio. But we're here for it. We're here for it. Let's go. Dumb ass Tanya. They used him like he's being used every day of his pathetic ass life. His Becky wife uses his ass. I said it. Dumbass.
The conversation that they said had couldn't have happened. And it doesn't make sense that it had happened because
there's whole audio out here. Whole audio out here. And that man talking about it couldn't have happened. Whole audio. Let's watch. Now, that's why I say this is going to be the last one for the day, because I know this motherfucker going to have me on 10 or 100. Because he's an idiot. He's an idiot. He's a thirst bucket.
synergylife.com and try it for yourself. Better energy, better rest, better rhythm. Based on the knowledge that I have, the witness testimony, and also looking into it myself, is that the conversation that they said had couldn't have happened. And it doesn't make sense that it had happened because obviously Nolan was not on a boat during this situation. And if he was on a boat during this situation and there was an altercation that happened, everybody and their mama would have seen it because they're right there at Horn Island with 100 boats and thousands of people right there. But because people have a vested interest and confirmation bias, that no matter if Jesus Christ of Nazareth came out of the sky and said these boys had nothing to do with Nolan's death, people will reject Christ Jesus and stop believing in him because they're invested in believing these kids must have done something. Now, I'm not saying if they did or didn't. I'm saying the evidence is showing that they were nowhere near Nolan when his life was taken. Whether it's a drowning or whether somebody killed him, these kids were not there. How about we focused on other leads so we can figure out what happened? Because somebody may have been involved in it, and we're looking in the wrong direction. More than likely, nobody was involved in it, but we shall see. All right, let's get to the TMZ debunking the audio that was put out and people doing enhancements. We got a whole segment here. Y'all stay tuned. We're going to go methodically through each individual step. We're going to play TMZ's thing. We're going to play the enhanced audio. We're going to play the woman who enhanced the audio, and then we're going to listen to the full audio, us, so y'all can hear exactly what is being said in its entirety, full context. And I promise you, it's going to shock you that some of the things that said on there, you got to wonder, the people that's highlighting certain moments, why did they put the rest of it in there? Why did they copy and paste these segments? You will find out here shortly. Here's the TMZ, a new update from TMZ. The young lady is reporting on it. Roll it.
Here with another development in the Nolan Wells case, TMZ has learned evidence apparently shows Nolan Wells was still on Horn Island after his friend's boat left. Sources with direct knowledge.
We already knew this. Warren and Tristan, I already said this, but y'all were, not y'all that's listening, y'all smart. I'm talking about your cousin them. They were defiant and saying these boys are lying and all this other stuff. And then now TMZ is reporting on it. Maybe you'll listen. Roll it.
Tell TMZ authorities have evidence suggesting Nolan was on the Mississippi Barrier Island after the boat departed on the 4th of July, which would mark a major development in the investigation. Ware told at least 2 witnesses interviewed by law enforcement claimed they saw Nolan on the island after the boat headed back to the mainland. TMZ also enhanced the audio from Nolan's friend's frantic call for help when their boat was sinking, and some people believe they can hear someone saying, "Is he dead?" But sources tell TMZ people on the boat who have heard the questionable audio believe the words being heard are simply panic during the chaotic moment the boat was sinking. Meanwhile, Nolan's alleged best friend, Warren Hudson, says he last saw Nolan around 3 p.m. that day, but claims he spoke with someone who said they last saw Nolan on the island around 6 p.m. Hudson also insists his group was not the last to see Nolan, saying there were still dozens of boats around Horn Island when they left. Nolan was reported missing later that night and was found dead in the water days later. His parents are now conducting their own investigation as questions continue to surround the timeline of what really happened that 4th of July. We'll keep you guys updated as we learn more.
Okay, perfect. Here's TMZ's page. I might have to read through this real quick. It says evidence appeared to show, and this is exactly what she said. Nolan Wells was still on Horn Island. Friends had confirmed it. We already confirmed it. We already interviewed Warren, and we already interviewed Tracy. They already showed me.
Make it clear, there's a reason why I don't do TMZ like that. I don't really trust TMZ, y'all. I don't. I used to fuck with TMZ. I don't really trust them. And I told y'all when that trust, really like it went away. Is with this whole Nancy Guthrie thing. That I can't with TMZ. I can't. Harvey look over there looking like he just tired. He need to retire. He just basically, being puppet master. He's just doing what they tell him. Yeah, I just can't with TMZ. I can't. He knows Nolan was unalive, and the reason why he keeps stressing that Warren them didn't did it because Warren didn't do it allegedly, or Tristan didn't do it allegedly, but they know who did it. They know who did it. Because you know what? I'm glad you said that. Let me go back to what he says before he go to talk. Let me go back and listen to how he fuck up. Watch this. And I wasn't gonna point this out, but now
we've seen it because they're right there at Horn Island with 100 boats and thousands of people right there. But because people have a vested interest and confirmation bias, Jesus Christ of Nazareth came out of the sky and said, these boys had nothing to do with Nolan's death. People will reject Christ Jesus and stop believing in him because they're invested in believing these kids must have done something. Now, I'm not saying if they did or didn't. I'm saying the evidence.
I'm not saying if they did or didn't. I'm saying the evidence, because you think the cover up is really covering up. See, I'm not saying if they did or didn't. What I'm saying is the evidence. Listen to his wordplay.
These boys had nothing to do with Nolan's death. People will reject Christ Jesus and stop believing in him because they're invested. If they did or didn't, I'm saying the evidence is showing that they were nowhere near Nolan when his life was taken. Whether it's a drowning or whether somebody killed him, these kids were not there. How about we focused on other leads so we can figure out what happened? Because somebody may have been involved in it, and we're looking in the wrong direction. More than likely, nobody was involved in it, but we shall see. All right.
More than likely, nobody was involved in it, but we shall see. Tatum is an idiot.
Let's get to the TMZ debunking the audio that was put out and people doing enhancements. We got a whole segment here. Y'all stay tuned. We're going to go methodically through each individual step. We're going to play TMZ's thing. We're going to play the enhanced audio. We're going to play the woman who enhanced the audio. And then we're going to listen to the full audio, us. So y'all can hear exactly what is being said in its entirety, full context. And I promise you, it's going to shock you that some of the things that said on there, you got to wonder, the people that's highlighting certain moments, why did they put the rest of it in there? Why did they copy and paste these segments? You will find out here shortly. Here's the TMZ, a new update from TMZ. The young lady is reporting on it. Roll it.
Here with another development in the Nolan Wells case, TMZ has learned evidence apparently shows Nolan Wells was still on Horn Island after his friend's boat left. Sources with direct knowledge.
We already knew this. Warren and Tristan already said this, but y'all were, not y'all that's listening, y'all smart. I'm talking about your cousin them. They were defiant and saying these boys are lying and all this other stuff. And then now TMZ is reporting on it. Maybe you'll listen. Roll it.
Tell TMZ authorities have evidence suggesting Nolan was on the Mississippi Barrier Island after the boat departed on the 4th of July, which would mark a major development in the investigation. We're told at least 2 witnesses interviewed by law enforcement claimed they saw Nolan on the island after the boat headed back to the mainland. TMZ also enhanced the audio from Nolan's friend's frantic call for help when their boat was sinking, and some people believe they can hear someone saying, "Is he dead?" But sources tell TMZ people on the boat who have heard the questionable audio believe the words being heard are simply panic during the chaotic moment the boat was sinking. Meanwhile, Nolan's alleged best friend, Warren Hudson, says he last saw Nolan around 3 p.m. that day, but claims he spoke with someone who said they last saw Nolan on the island around 6 p.m. Hudson also insists his group was not the last to see Nolan, saying there were still dozens of boats around Horn Island when they left. Nolan was reported missing later that night and was found dead in the water days later. His parents are now conducting their own investigation as questions continue to surround the timeline of what really happened that 4th of July. We'll keep you guys updated as we learn more.
Okay, perfect. Here's TMZ's page. I might have to read through this real quick. It says evidence appeared to show, and this is exactly what she said. Nolan Wells was still on Horn Island. Friends had confirmed it. We already confirmed it. We already interviewed Warren, and we already interviewed Tristan. They already showed me evidence of this. They already showed me video. They showed me all kinds of stuff that they have already given over to the police department. And so I told you guys, and I'm not saying I told you so or nothing like that. I'm just saying this should give credence to what I'm doing because we already shared this with you guys. And TMZ just confirmed it. Can you please stop projecting things into this case that do not exist, because you're not doing Nolan any favors. You're just distracting and creating chaos that should have never happened. All right, let's get to the next clip. Now, here's the enhanced audio, because I want to go through, and we're going to go in through this whole thing, and we're going to debunk, provide more context, information that most people are not trying to do at all. Now, I listened to this myself, and we got the young lady who claimed to enhance the video. We're going to play her testimony on here. But this is bullcrap. It's bullcrap for two reasons. One is that when I listened to the audio, I didn't hear none of this stuff that you see on this thing. I didn't hear nothing of the nature. And then when you have context, you realize none of this could have been said, because Nolan was still alive on the island, witnessed by more than one person, after warning them had already left. So how is they talking about Nolan dead on a boat when somebody saw him alive after they already left, after they made this phone call? Y'all got to stop playing and just be honest for a change. Good time out. I started over. I want to give you guys a chance to turn your audio up, get into a place where you can hear, freeze this, pause it, or whatever you got to do. Turn your audio up and be honest about what you hear. And do you hear things like, can we cover it up? As if they're saying cover up a murder. Yeah, I thought about that. Maybe they're talking about the hole in the boat. What they call a bilge port or something like that. Saying, oh, y'all got to say somebody killing somebody and no whale's death.
I mean, blood
Roland
pressure,
tell me
you
that-
talking bootlicker about people assuming that people because they're listening to the audio and they're stating what they think they hear in the audio, but yet you sitting there reprimanding people for doing it, you stupid bitch, and you sitting there doing it yourself. You doing the same thing. Well, maybe they was talking about covering up the pump. What are you doing? And you see, you manipulating. That's what you're trying to do. But see, everybody's not a bootlicker like you. Now, see, I intentionally didn't want to play this, his manipulation until we heard that audio for ourselves a million times. And I think I played it enough, right? I think I played it enough for everybody to know what we heard in that audio. Because, see, this motherfucker right here finna try to take it and manipulate some shit. He really think he has that power. You know what I'm saying? He really think he can change or switch up what the fuck we heard with our own ears. But you sitting here reprimanding people for listening and coming up with their own, saying, I heard this and I heard that, when you sitting up there doing the same thing. Maybe they meant cover up this. No, ain't no maybe, bitch. We heard what we heard. And at this point, you're a clown. And we're just sitting here at the circus having us a good old time, bitch, eating peanuts and popcorn. You dry mouth ass, bootlegging ass motherfucker. That's why your mouth's so dry, because you stay licking boots and assholes. The fuck?
It's on the screen right here. Roll it.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Oh, what the fuck
right, Corbin.
All right. And go back to that screen real quick. I want to just look at what they're saying. They're saying cover up. I heard something similar to cover up. And they probably were saying, can we cover up this hole that's in the boat or whatever that port is? It says you kill him. I didn't hear that. He's already dead. I didn't hear that. Is he dead? I didn't hear that. Nolan yells.
You went here,
Nolan.
You went here. We heard it. You would hear it. You got the white folk in your ear. You got the white folk in your ear. They telling you what you hear and what you don't hear. Oh, wow. That's deep. I ain't never been called that. That is deep. Oh, wow. Somebody is mad. Somebody is mad. Oh, my God. But funny at the same motherfucking time. Ooh, somebody mad. I'm talking about QQ. Somebody is mad. Did I molest you, bitch? Ooh, I can't believe. Man, oh man. Listen, I've been called a lot of shit here on the internet, especially over there in my T-sucked. I've been called a lot. I ain't never been called that. That's a new one. That's deep. Anywho, Tatum, you're not gonna hear it because you're listening to the whites, and they tell you what you gonna hear, what you gonna say, how you gonna act. They tell you what to do, bitch. You don't You don't have control of your facilities. Stupid ass.
I didn't hear that.
No, you didn't.
Nolan, wake up. I didn't hear that.
Oh, God.
Wake the F up. Now, we heard him cuss and say, shut the F up, right? We didn't hear no wake the F up. Where? Now, how you get that out of this video? Y'all gonna go to hell. You keep playing and lying and putting stuff out there. Come on, play the lady that did the enhancements.
Shut the fuck up.
I wish she didn't have a UFC shirt on, but that don't mean she worked for the UFC. I hope she don't. Because this ain't a good look, in my opinion. If she has something to do with that transcript. But let me let her speak. Roll it.
Okay, so before I play this, I want to quickly explain what I did, what you're looking at on the screen, and why I chose to approach this audio the way that I did. As a professional audio engineer with experience in dialogue editing, dialogue cleanup, sound design, and post-production, I decided to work on that CTO call using traditional audio processing techniques rather than relying on any AI voice separation or AI enhancement. My goal was pretty much to preserve as much of the original recording as possible.
It's gone. It was blocked. I mean, but you as a mod can go back and find it and retrieve it, which I don't think y'all know how to do it. You have to go up and look where it says view deleted message, and you can click on it and it'll show you what it said. You have to go back up though.
While making the quieter dialogue and background audio easier to hear. So I basically use techniques such as subtractive EQ, compression, gain adjustments, noise reduction, frequency isolation, and other traditional processing methods. So what I did was I separated Vicky, the CTO dispatcher, from Warren and the audio originating from the boat so that I can concentrate more closely on what was happening behind and around Warren, pretty much on the boat. And I specifically chose not to rely on AI because aggressive AI enhancements and voice isolation tools can sometimes introduce artifacts and distort the speech or create ambiguity around the sounds that were originally present. And for something this serious, I wanted my processing to remain as conservative as possible. You'll also notice time code and dialogue written on the side of the screen and pop up.
So she wrote this stuff on that screen. She wrote the stuff y'all just heard. She wrote. Now we're going to listen to the full video. Let her finish.
During each segment, that dialogue represents what I personally hear as an audio engineer while processing and repeating sections. I'm pretty much not as a declaration that my interpretation is the only possible interpretation. And that's important. I want you to listen for yourself, use headphones if you have them, listen closely, and decide with your own ears what you believe is being said. And you can also return to the original unprocessed recording and compare directly with what you're hearing here. You'll also notice that my time code may not match the regular timestamp on the original uploaded video. And that's because I'm working inside a professional post-production timeline, a digital audio workstation, basically using SMPTE time code, which in film, that's displayed in hours, minutes, seconds, and frames. Film and TV timelines are completely different from timestamps that you see when you're watching regular videos or when you're watching a movie and you hit pause. So basically the time code on the screen is there to identify the precise location within my working session, not to represent
I can't listen to her anymore. Keep her face up there. I want the world to see this. We're going to listen to the full thing together, and then you're going to hear the context around it, and then it's going to sound super crazy that this woman thinks she heard that within the context of what we're going to listen to. None of what she said makes any sense when you listen to the whole video and you put the context together. Why does this, and she sounds so smart. She probably did very well in school. Why is I take it as she's being disingenuous. Why is the smartest and most brilliant amongst us putting out garbage like this?
If you see her as smart, why would you say she's being what? Listen, Tatum, you don't make sense. You calling her smart, which we clearly know she is, but then you doing what the typical, ain't shit ass black man does. You calling her smart, but then you tearing her down because you're calling her smart and that she knows what she's doing, and then you calling her disingenuous because it ain't what your narrative is. What does she have to gain by being disingenuous? What does she have to gain? What does she have to gain? She is putting her professional, what she does professionally, on the line with this recording and putting out, what I'm saying, this interpretation. Why would she put that on the line? Why would she do that if it wasn't true? See, you got to make it make sense. You call her smart, but then you say she's because see, you call her smart, and you can't turn around and call her dumb and say, you know, what she's saying is not true. So you call her disingenuous. What motive does she have? Yeah, a woman like this intimidates his ass. I will make Tatum listen. I will make Tatum face to face, and I'm talking about true in real life, face to face. By the time I get through with that nimnut, I will have him balled up in the corner, sucking his thumb, calling for his mama. I will make him think his balls are not real. I would tear him down so fucking far in the ground to where I would have him questioning his manhood. I would have him questioning why his mama didn't flush his ass down the toilet stool. He's nothing. He's weak. A man that can't stand, he is weak. And yeah, you could tell by the way he's speaking that he's uncomfortable, and she put some type of fear in him. But let's listen, because I'm enjoying it.
I listen to it. Y'all listen to it. Ain't nobody talking about did you kill him and all this other stuff. All right, now let's go to the real video, the audio. Let's listen to it together. It's long, it's lengthy, it's 8 minutes and 40 seconds. But if you care about the context, I want you to listen in. And we're gonna play the whole thing, and then we're gonna talk about it afterwards. But I want you to listen to what you've been seeing online, listen to what the young lady said about her editing strategy, and then I want you to listen to the tow dispatch, and then in context, how any of that stuff makes sense within what you hear. Roll it.
CETO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
Time out. So he's identifying that he's at the west tip of Horn Island. So he's not. They're not off in the sea in the Gulf of America. They're not a distance from the island. He's on the island in a boat in front of everybody. That's the context here. I'm on the west part of Horn Island. He's finna give GPS coordinates here in a minute, but this context is taking place right on the island in front of everybody. Roll it.
All right, of course. How far is the word coming up, sir?
He's stuttering.
Can you give me a description?
384. He's stuttering for the same reasons that Warren was stuttering. He's lying. He's making shit up. And he's trying to manipulate. It's the same thing. He's talking just like Warren was sitting over there talking on his couch. You see what I'm saying? Uh-huh.
Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just thinking. I don't know. Like we're going down there.
All right. Well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either. I think it's. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have the tag
unless
on
you have a
here.
membership number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at 2.
All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How many? All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
All right. All right. Do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Let me go look.
Time out. So I just want you to put this in perspective. Like at this point, with all the stuff that you've heard, does this sound like it's a cover-up? Like this made a fake call in order to cover up the fact they killed Nolan? Or did they have killed Nolan right here during this call? In front of everybody?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
If not, I can send you a text message.
North, all right, are you ready?
Yes, sir, I'm available.
North 3 degrees, but 4672.
All right, 4672. All right, and you were breaking up a little bit. Can you just repeat it one more time to make sure I have it correct?
Sorry, look.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what?
So you're breaking up. If you need assistance, do you have a VHF radio?
Yeah, we do not have a VHF radio.
All right, well, let's try to get you going because you don't have good cell phone reception. Can you verify your coordinates?
If you notice, she said you don't have good cell phone reception. And this is one of the reasons why Nolan didn't have his phone on him and why most people didn't have their phone on them, because if you don't have good cell phone reception, you're not uploading nothing on Snapchat and Instagram, and with 1,000 people out there, your reception definitely ain't gonna be good. So this would make sense why Nolan and others left their phone on the boat and they weren't in the water with their phones. No reception anyway, even if you had your phone on you. So why would a person have their phone on them in chest deep water with no reception or limited, weak reception? Okay, roll.
One more time.
Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.79.
Right, looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you
Yes,
on
we are
Horn
at
Island?
Yes.
All right, is the boat sinking or you have it aground?
We were sinking, yes.
Is it aground is the question?
No, we're not aground. We are in 17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
All right, have to ask. Where do you,
All right,
and what
pause.
do you,
The coordinates has them on Horn Island. They were just, because I was there, and it looks like the first, I don't know, 70 feet from the island, maybe 100 feet from the island is you can walk in it. But then there's a drop. If you go out enough, you could drop straight in the water. And so they're just maybe a boat or two length outside of actually being on the island. They gave the coordinates. The dispatcher said, are you actually on the island? Like, that's how close they were to Horn Island.
I feel like they were far enough from the island for something to happen on that damn boat and nobody see it, bitch. I'm glad you said that. Listen to him say that again. Listen to him, since he went out there and he knows so much. Listen to him describe how far away from the island they were.
Horn Island. They were just, because I was there, and
is it aground is the question?
No, we're not aground. We are in 17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
All right, have to ask. Where do you,
all right, pause.
what do you,
Because I was there, and 70 feet, 100 drop. It drops in the water.
They was out.
They gave the coordinates.
Ways. So anything could have happened. Let's listen.
The dispatcher said, are you actually on the island, like physically? That's how close they were to Horn Island. She thought they were literally in front of everybody.
Can
we put that picture that we had on the Substack?
He doing listen, honestly, he was summoned to help, but he fucking up. he fucking up. Yeah.
Let's keep playing the tow. We'll play the tow until we're ready for the photo.
want to do? Do you want to be towed back?
I want to get this boat unsank and towed back, yes.
All right, where would you like it towed to, sir?
You can tow it to Ocean Springs Harbor, or Fort Bayou launch.
All right, how many adults and children on board?
No,
All right,
there's no
pause.
children.
All right, let's put that image up here so you guys can kind of see. This is, if you notice, they're literally almost on the thing, and here's them getting towed out. That's everybody and their mama can see what's going on in that boat. If there was a fight, an altercation, a dead black man on that boat while they're getting towed on this strap right here, everybody can see them. The people that's
It happened before they got towed with the strap, sir. It happened before they were told. Don't do that, Taylor.
Island, the people driving to Horn Island, like, I think it's helpful when you see it with your own eyes. They're literally right out there in front of everybody. All right, continue the clip.
How many adults and children on board?
No, there's no children.
Anybody on board? How many adults, sir? That was the question. Hello, can you hear me?
Try to jump in and pull the plug while you're going.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yep, I just need you to answer these questions so I can get you over to the captain.
Okay,
How many
what's
adults
going
on board?
There's 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Hello?
Is there a living person, someone breathing on the boat? Is there anybody on the boat?
Yes, there's lots of people breathing on the boat.
All right, how many people, sir?
Like 7.
All right, thank you.
All right, pause. I don't mean to laugh, man. I can just imagine these boys drunk out their mind trying to make this phone call. And that's the only thing, you know, she says, anybody breathing on the boat? Like a bunch of people breathing on the boat. Anyway, I just so y'all know, y'all like think I'm insensitive about it. I'm just thinking when I was in college and I was hammered and I'm trying to make a dispatch call.
This narcissist is
with this phone.
He think this shit funny. He taking it as a joke. Cause he's being paid to even pretend to care. Did y'all hear the background? Did you really kill him? He's dead. Yeah, we heard all that. We been listening to this shit all morning. We can't touch and agree on God's word with the light revealed. Yep, I do agree with that. Old dude on the phone, so discombobulated he can't even hear. Yeah, because he paying attention to what they doing over there with Nolan. He was paying attention to what they were doing over there with Nolan. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no nobody care, Corey, but see, this is him making it okay, the fact that these underage young men were drunk and drinking. You know, if they were some black boys, the story would be totally different. He'll be coming for them, their mama, their ancestors, and everybody that raised them. This is how he does. This is what he does. Mm-hmm.
Going in and out, chaos going on. I could imagine these boys in a full like spaz mode. Finish the clip.
Does everyone have life jackets on or available to them?
Yes, we have life jackets available.
All right. Verify what boat's sinking.
A Triton, 22-foot offshore, 22-foot Triton offshore sea flight hull.
All right. All right. Please hold. I'm transferring you to the local captain now.
Okay, thank you.
Pause. Now, with listening to this so far, does this sound like people are calling a CETO while killing their friend or having a dead friend on board or in a panic to leave the island because they killed somebody? This sounds like some drunk kids that is thinking they're trying to communicate with CETO. And they've gotten all the way to this point and accepted. They've given coordinates. They told what boat they're on.
Can you ask them boys, since y'all so close and everything, y'all bosom buddies, can you ask them what happened to the boat and why all of a sudden it was dry, it was sinking? Because apparently it was good enough to ride out to Horn Island. The damage didn't happen to the boat until after they were trying to leave Horn Island. So can you ask your bosom buddies what happened to the boat? Can you ask them why the boat became damaged? Just, asking for a miracle.
Told where they're at. They've given how many people on the boat? All of the above. They've cooperated to this point. Just using common sense. Do you think if they kill somebody, that they coordinates and all kind of other stuff? It continues. 3 more minutes and we'll be done. Roll it.
This is Captain Seth.
Hi, Captain Seth. This is Vicky from International. How you doing today?
Doing good. How are you?
Good, good. I apologize ahead of time. I really do. You're going to have a fee for service come up under.
Okay.
It sounds like a bunch of kids on board on Horn Island. He's letting me know that his father's a member, but he can't give me any information. And he's saying the boat is sinking. And a lot of people on board. He says he thinks about 7. I'm guessing they're all under 18.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be rude. He wants you guys to go out there and unpump the boat and then tow it in.
You know kind of boat it is?
He said a Triton 24-footer, but that's all he can give me.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just actually got off the phone with his grandpa, who I'm guessing is the owner of the boat. And he said,
okay.
I just hung up with him. He said that they don't need any help right now, but if something changes, they'll call me back. So I'm guessing that they may have figured it out, because that's what he said. So they're in a panic and their boat won't crank.
Yeah, they're in a panic. He's saying the bilge is not keeping up. I asked for Coast Guard. He said no, but he's just really upset on the back end. And, I get it. It's a kid. He just doesn't understand.
Oh, okay. Do you still have him on the line?
Yes, I still have him on the line. And, again, I couldn't find he couldn't give me anything regarding his grandfather's, membership, so it's just under fee for service.
Okay. All right. I just talked to, if you want to, we're so tied up right now. We can't really do any non-member jobs right now.
Is member? Did you find out if he was a member or not?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's his boat or what. I'm not sure what's going on with it. But yeah, transfer the kid over. I'll talk to him, and then I'll call his grandpa back as well.
All right. And did you want me to look up membership number or anything like that to see if he's up? I know you guys are.
You can try his cell phone number.
Yes, sir.
Pause. As you can see, if you're sinking, this process is not quick, right? He already said that they're busy and all this other stuff, and his grandpa probably knew. I'm just assuming, using logic and common sense. Grandpa probably knew that y'all sinking now. You got to make a
You just assume. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and assume ass.
decision now. You can't wait for them to see to come out because the boat gonna be underwater. And obviously, we showed y'all that picture, and this is them getting towed by somebody else instead of getting sea towed. So they're getting towed. So nobody can say that they made this up and they lied. We got pictures of them actually getting towed off the island. All right, we got 50 seconds left. Roll it.
Anything on the phone number?
All right. Yep. Yeah, he's an active member. Hold on.
What kind of boat do you have on there? Same boat?
Yeah, he's one of your members. Yep, 22-foot Triton. All right. I'll just disregard this one. I'm gonna send you over an accurate one under this one. Okay. He's one of your members. You'll get in a couple minutes. Okay.
Okay, perfect. All right, and yeah, just transfer this kid over whenever you get a chance.
All right. Transferring now. Thank you again, Captain.
All right.
Stay safe out there. It's crazy. Have a drink.
Oh, it's wild. All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello? Hello? Are you there?
They hung
Okay,
up.
and I think that's the end of the clip.
Yeah, they hung up.
So now you've had a chance to watch it in context, and so when you see that little part where you hear these background noises and voices, and you think they're trying to cover up a murder of somebody, the context gives you the reasonableness to say it does appear that they're sinking. It does appear they're making a concerted effort to fix things and to get the tow, and they're talking to grandpa, and they're communicating with multiple people. It doesn't seem to be some cover up. It doesn't seem to be something afoot or something untoward when you put two and two together.
Sweet. Oh. All right, y'all, that's gonna be it for today. We've had enough of Tatum, but I'm gonna get Tatum's ass every chance I get. He's full of shit. You know, dog shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, this was hey L Boogie. Much love, girl. We're gonna get out of here today, y'all. We will be back tomorrow morning. I am gonna try to come. I ain't gonna even speak on it because baby, every time I say I'm gonna try to come early, it always be something. My mornings be busy. And that's why I've been coming on at like 11 and 12. But I'm going to come when I can. Very stupid. But we'll be back tomorrow, y'all. So if you're in the live and you enjoyed the content and you did not double tap the screen to like the live, please do so before you leave out. If you in the live or watching the replay and you enjoy the content, please subscribe to the channel. Hit that notification bell so you can be notified each and every time I go live, which is basically every day, mostly every day. Yeah. And we're on this for a minute. Oh, thank you, 384. Thank you, Natasha. Until next time, Sonya. So listen, y'all, I am scheduled to be over there, in Sipperville at 6 o'clock. It was 5, but I changed to 6 because my sugar lump said she wants some catfish nuggets. So I have to cook her some catfish nuggets. So if I'm late, can y'all please tell them people over there I'm coming? Because they really be on me, y'all. Thank you, McCarlin. Thank you, Tanya. You too, Kane. Y'all listen, y'all come back tomorrow. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, put that bell on so you can be notified tomorrow when I go live. I always schedule my live streams. I may not always be on time for what I schedule it for, but usually it, give me like 15, 20-minute grace period or whatever. But yeah, I'll be here. All right. Yes, Tanya. With that being said, y'all continue to pray for Nolan's family. Okay. Pray for his mom, his dad, his sibling, and things of that nature. And I do think, it may be like pulling teeth, but I do think Nolan's going to get some type of justice, only because I have faith. And there's a lot of people praying that this young man gets his justice, okay? Him and a whole lot of others, because like I say all the time, Nolan is not the only one, and he may not be the last. All right, with that being said, y'all have a blessed, beautiful rest of your day. Continue to pray, and I promise you I will do the same for you all. With that being said, y'all be safe, be blessed, never stress. And until next time, truth seekers stand up, and we out. I love y'all.